session. Neve Murphy is still technically, I guess, the stage coordinator, but she's in this next section, so I'm just going to take over for a little bit. So we're going to have a suite of Irish practitioners here. We kind of, like, the No Time to Waiters always give the host organisation a slot on the Friday to kind of pretty much do whatever we wanted, and we thought it would be really nice to kind of honour even some of the previous events that we would have done, where we would have gotten different practitioners, just talk about whatever they want. It's not going to be AV specifically, it'll just be, you know, digital preservation topics or something of interest. And so we might end up being kind of tight for time. The way it's going to work is I'll introduce each speaker, and we'll have time for Q&As from everybody at the end. So if there was something that jumped out at you, make a mental note, and we'll come back to it. So we're going to kick it off with my colleague, Leona Fern from the National Library of Ireland, who's also a co-organiser of this conference. So make sure you give her an extra big round of applause.
Thank you very much. So, hi everyone. As Kieran said, my name is Leona Fern, and I'm My name is Leona Fern, and I'm a digital preservation analyst in the National Library. And I've been with the National Library for just under a year now. And that's in the newly created Digital Preservation and Repository Services team that Kieran heads up. So as Kieran said, today I'm going to speak about our digital preservation policy, which we launched in 2023, and the practical steps we've been taking since then to try and implement the policy. So our mission here is to collect, protect, and share the recorded memory of Ireland. And that's as relevant now as it was back in 1877 when the library first opened. However, as we all know here, that recorded memory is now increasingly digital. So here in the National Library, we have 3 collecting areas. So we have published collections, and that's the books, special collections, which would be our archival collections, and also the digital collections. So within digital collections is where Kieran and I sits the Digital Preservation and Repository Services team, which is Kieran and myself. However, it is a service for the entire organisation, and its creation was a direct result of the 2023 policy, which there's some copies out in the registration desk if you want one. So our policy was intended to cover all digital collections held by the library, and that's web archives, Born Digital archives, the NLI digitised in-house, as well as archived collections that have digital collections alongside the physical material, and importantly also the associated metadata within each collection. However, our digital preservation policy doesn't cover our more corporate or administrative records, which is covered by other data retention policies. So to date, the bulk of the digital content originates within digital collections. However, I said hybrid collections are becoming increasingly more common, and published books and periodicals are starting to be received, so it is a library-wide issue. So when it came to actually writing the policy, there were 10 aspirational policy statements that were identified. So the National Library has been practicing digital preservation for some time, and so the policy formalised a lot of existing practices, as well as some of the more aspirational things we were aiming for. So today I'm going to focus on just a few of these policy statements and look at the tangible things Kieran and myself have been trying to do as a team to try and actually implement this policy. So our first statement refers to the need for skilled staff that drive and implement and advocate for digital preservation. So one of the first things that was done to address this was to set up our new team. That was with the remit of providing a library-wide service to all areas in respect of digital preservation. So Kieran was appointed the manager of this team in spring of 2024, and then I joined later that year. So we try to keep abreast of new developments and share this knowledge beyond our own immediate team. We try to be as involved as possible in the wider community, both locally, nationally, and internationally. And things like being able to host this conference demonstrates the library's support and belief in our work, and just helps further that. Another policy statement was about taking a standards-based approach to digital preservation. So the wider digital collections team, it's made up of a real mix of archivists, librarians, information professionals, software developers, and it's a real mix of skills all coming together. So there's no one definitive manual on how to do digital preservation. So the approach we've taken is to take a standards-based approach to that, in order to be able to stand over what it is we're actually doing and try and put structure on how we approach things. So this means we ensure our material is packaged and ingest ready, and we've been creating AIP in line with OAIS, using command line bagot.py, and for some of the more mature areas in the library, such as our digital studio, they've been able to actually automate bag creation and AIP builders. Other things, standards and frameworks like NDSA, Portrait Seal, and Premise, they all provide guidance and focus to what it is we're doing. We're also looking at data model and how the various entities interact with one another. And we're heavily digging into the Bagot RFC and just looking at that and how we can use the different things just for different fixity and integrity checks for some of the things we already have. So like while some collections come with checksums already, we've decided that where possible, we should try and use a different tool so that no one tool is checking its own homework, so to speak. This one is all about the infrastructure and capability. This has been a huge area of work for us over the last few months, and has been us collaborating across the library with our IT colleagues and learning a lot more about the actual physical infrastructure of the library, and the various glues between all the systems, and identifying areas that maybe digital preservation may not have been traditionally considered. So we've had a few projects that have all neatly came together and allowed this work to happen. So one of the things we're looking at is potential procurement of a digital repository. Our IT team have also migrated to a cloud-based storage solution this year. We have a short list of digital preservation systems, and we've been able to create a list of requirements that we want to see in a new system. And we've just finished just there in August demonstrating this to all staff, which also served as another way to try and promote our work to the wider library. So our work with IT has allowed us to learn a lot more about the infrastructure and try and develop documentation clearly outlining and delineating the different roles and responsibilities for the various systems. So one example is since Christmas of this year, we've been able to set up a troubleshooting group and check daily for any errors and just address them as soon as possible, ensuring that the flow of digitized content isn't interrupted whilst we wait until we acquire our digital preservation repository. Another policy statement is we will try and actively engage with our donors, depositors, and creators who help create and build our digital collections in order to achieve the best possible preservation, access, and reuse outcomes. This is the one I won't dwell on too much, as my colleague Joanna will be covering a fantastic example of this straight after me. But one example of donor engagement that we have is that we've been asking a lot of our depositors to actually use Dart to package the material before they send it to us. So we have documentation outlining the workflow here, but recently donors seem to be pretty content just to try and do that themselves with us on hand just in case. And we really like this approach. It just maintains the integrity of the files right from the very start of the transfer process, and also preserves the original file names, which are sometimes in Irish, so they'll contain diacritics such as the fala. So it's a really neat way of just trying to preserve them from the very outset. Okay. This is Superman, our mascot. So this one is all about continuously monitoring and improving our digital preservation capability. So using accepted and trusted maturity models to assess our own progress in digital preservation and trying to identify any areas for growth. So right now I'm in the middle of this work, and we've identified a number of next steps and things to try and focus on in the next year to get to where it is we want to be. So we actually have it in our corporate objectives in the strategic cycle that we'll aim to try and get a level 3 in the DPC's rapid assessment model. And the incremental nature of that is such that that will then allow us to build a roadmap as to how to get there. So usually we would do this, an overarching RAM for the entire library, which was mostly digital collections. However, this year we've taken a slightly different approach, and we're doing it on a more granular level for each team. So that has allowed us to dig into the minutiae of what's going on and what might otherwise be missed or overlooked in an overarching approach. And it's also really good because it highlights very specific areas that are doing really great work or that are maybe further along in their maturity than others. Another area that I'm looking at is Core Trust Seal certification, which is another community maturity model. So this is an international community-based and non-profit organisation, and it provides certification for archives and repositories that store data long-term. So we hope in the next year that we'll be seeking to attain trusted digital repository status via Core Trust Seal certification, and that will just demonstrate our commitment to the long-term preservation and continued accessibility to all digital content that we collect and generate. However, it'll be a huge project that the DPRS team are driving forward, and very much one of collaboration across the library, as it will involve a lot of stakeholders. However, before we actually get to that point, we want to take some time to try and self-assess where we are at in the maturity process before committing to it. So by doing this, we're able to identify specific areas for us to target, and that can then inform our roadmap for the coming years and where it is we want to go. So why is it we do all this? Why have a digital preservation policy? So this all goes back to the library's mission to collect, protect, and make available the national collections to facilitate discovery, access, and innovative reuse. The work we're doing at the moment is in fulfillment of this mission, so preservation alone is not enough. We need to also think about how it's going to be accessed. We've just passed the millionth digitised image available, and in May of this year, we made our firstborn digital collection available for public access online, which was the Yes Equality collection, with much more to follow. Our next step is to review the digital preservation policy now that we are 2 years on from its first publication. So, Gurmayaka, Slán go fóill. Thanks everybody very much for your time. It's been really lovely hosting you all here and great to see such a turnout. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leona. I'm going to bring up Joanna Finnegan now, who's going to talk about one of those collecting areas. And while I do get Joanna's slides up, oh, here they are already. Just to point out, our support group for our existing digital repository is called Hydra Headaches, because Hydra/Silvera and Java occasionally will provide a fair few headaches. So I'm going to pass over to Joanna Finnegan now.
Thanks very much, Kieran and Leona and everyone for your time. I'm delighted to be here. Adam spoke earlier about creative ways to support each other and residencies. So I'm just going to take you through a very whistle-stop tour overview of a residency that the Digital Collections Department is involved with. And that is the Photographer in Residence, run by the NLI in conjunction with Ireland's Environmental Protection Agency, known as the EPA, who sponsored the residency to celebrate their 30th anniversary. Leona spoke there about the library's mission, and as part of that recorded memory, we hold the world's largest collection of photographs relating to Ireland, which includes Born Digital photography in our Born Digital Archives programme. But irrespective of the format, it's the documentary nature of those collections that is really vital. By turn, the mission of the EPA is to protect, improve and restore Ireland's environment through regulation, scientific knowledge and, importantly, for us, working with others. And you can see the aims there of both organisations with the strategic plans, which run across exactly the same number of years. So the project that we're involved in is a commission from a creator chosen through an open, publicised application process at the end of 2023. And photographers were asked to submit their project response to a high-level brief from both organisations with the aim of bringing cultural and scientific knowledge closer together to cultivate a richer understanding of the environment at this critical time. There's a lot of people involved in making this project happen, and you're looking there at a diagram of the external and internal key areas involved, but I'm just going to focus on the work of the digital collections team to say we are not the lead department. That is the education, learning and programming department is how this project came to be. But the digital collections work. Most importantly, the lead in Born Digital Archives, Della Keating, our colleague Kasia Kamienska, Kieran and Leona from DPRS, and from our digital library systems, our systems librarian, Jenny Byrne and Ronan Brennan and Owen Fitzgerald, our developers as well. Okay, in Irish, Tú slap is math le hibra. A good start is half the work. And it's a great proverb because it's really true. And I think for us there were really 3 starts in this project. The first one was at the beginning across the 2 organisations. And I think from our point of view, that's where the success of the project began, because we're not the lead department, but we were involved right from the beginning. And I think the heads of both departments were really focused on the need for realistic deliverables based on careful attention to resourcing constraints, which are always there in every organisation. And the second start to the project itself was done by the 2 NLI departments of ELP and Digital Collections. For our point of view, we were focused on the file and metadata specs, both technical and descriptive, and also around licensing and Creative Commons. And at this point, we didn't know who the photographer was going to be, but the advertised submission process and publicity gave us the opportunity to communicate with them, whoever they were. And we flagged with the commissioned photographer that they would work on file and metadata for long-term preservation and access and work with us on that, and that it would be their responsibility to create and deliver that agreed metadata. To provide clarity and maximise reuse of the images, the photographer was required to apply Creative Commons licence to all photographs deposited with the library as part of the residency. And the collection would be transferred to the NLI under a donor deposit agreement. And there was good timing on this because work in digital collections and across the library on both rights policy and developing new donor and purchase agreements came together, and we used that for the documentation on this. So in early 2024, we were ready to choose the photographer from a shortlist. And we had start number 3. We were absolutely delighted to begin working with photographer Paula T. Nolan at the beginning of 2024 on her project Reviewing Ireland. And she travelled in the Republic of Ireland through 26 counties, documenting 2 environmental topics per county. She also produced a set of then and now photographs referencing photographs in our extensive historic collections. And she did all of that on public transport in Ireland. So that will tell you something if you try to travel on it. And Leona talked about engagement with the creator. So that's just a high level idea there of what work we did with Paula on this. We'd initially a meeting with ELP Digital Collections and Paula herself. And then we began to work with Paula on a test sample. And I'll be back to that in a minute, before she commenced her photography project in earnest. Then each season she created a curated set for us to look at, from which the final selection for Reviewing Ireland was made, and that was a very extensive piece of work on her part. And then she checked the metadata in Photoshop, and the collection was acquired in 5 transferred, the first one in December 2024. Leona worked on that for us and carried out the QA on it as well. And during the residency, she created 18,000 images, of which ultimately about 368 were chosen for the final Reviewing Ireland collection, which was deposited with the library. So just have we looked there at, in greater detail, at the technical metadata, and this is the check that Kieran carried out on the sample set. And you can see the requirements for TIFF, RGB, uncompressed file, 16-bit, and we did investigate DNG submission, but settled on TIFF format in consultation with Paula herself. And at this point, I just want to thank Matthew Burgess from the State Library of New South Wales for his work, which formed the foundation of our technical submission guidelines. And you can see there at the end, their last 2 sets of values relating to time-based information are really important, and they're going to appear on the next slide as well for description and discovery. We're looking here at Excel fields, Photoshop, and what we would regard as the elements that we were really keen to use. One thing that we did do was we asked the photographer to provide a single descriptive sentence for the title, which would appear in the catalogue. So we pushed the responsibility to her on that as the best person, and then to put all the other descriptive information into a field called, funny enough, description. And there's a huge amount of really amazing information accompanying all of the works, including the transport method, the weather, the air quality, some interview text as well, and Paula's own reflections on it. There's also geospatial data there, and you can see the rights. In terms of the transfer, Leona spoke to you about how we asked donors to use DART to bag and package their work locally, and Paula was totally on board with doing that, which was great. So in receiving the DART package from her, DPRS developed pre-ingest workflow was followed. We used Terracopy to transfer the DART package onto a forensic workstation, DART to validate the checksums, files were extracted for ClamAV virus checking and Brunhilde analysis, and also as well the generation of an exit tool report before the DART package was copied to preservation storage. So we're just having a wee look there at, we look there at one of the photographs from Reviewing Ireland. This is from Dublin City Centre, North Side, and this is a preview, a work in progress of how it will look in the catalogue. And you can see the richness of the descriptive information there, description and the title provided by Paula as well. And you can also see their daytime original in the catalogue as well, and the rights information as well. And we were careful to note where that information came from in all our catalogue records. So I guess to really just kind of finish up some of the key learnings for us. The first one was, in addition to creative skills, it showed us really the importance of collaborative skills, and we were so incredibly lucky to have Paula T. Nolan as the chosen photographer. She was entirely patient and enthusiastic and on board working with us on this project, and we are tremendously grateful to her. Working with herself, kind of the high points there were communicating with the initial publicity. That's where creator engagement began for us. Working on the technical and metadata specs with her, the importance of the sample testing, using her information for description and discovery and extracting that metadata, and also as well in some cases the voice of the subject. She included interview text in that, and that curated set that she produced for us was invaluable, because you can see the total number of images and the collection size at the end, which is what we wanted. That's not an accident. And then finally the refinement process the whole way along is the initiative process. And working together across a lot of things really, across our own digital collections with a variety of skills that Leona mentioned, across the NLI with the other departments, the lead department, our other department, comms and development, to publicise the whole project. And also as well, and very importantly, it shows how Irish public sector organisations can work together with very talented creators in a really successful way. And to say that has already been recognised, because Reviewing Ireland has recently won the ESB Creative Sustainability Award in the recent Business to Arts Award. So I just want to say thank you for your time, and if you want to read more about Paula's great project, she has a number of different postings on the NLI website. The last one in August has a brilliant overview of the whole residency and her experience on it to date. So, Gormata.
Thank you so much, Joanna. Niamh, I can let you get them set up maybe. And back stage coordinator, do your duty to the speaker. So I'd like to introduce now Niamh Murphy and Megan Aspel from University College Dublin. Take it away.
So it's me again. Okay, so for those of you who may be joining the stream just for this segment, my name is Niamh Murphy, and I am the Digital Preservation Librarian with UCD Library. And I'm delighted to be speaking today in this capacity to share a recent project carried out within UCD Library, and that is a collaborative appraisal of the Irish Poetry Reading Archives audio-visual recordings covering the period from 2014 until 2023. So I worked very closely with Megan. Megan Aspel, who undertook this project as part of her internship, and she will be speaking in a moment about her hands-on work with this collection. So what is this collection? The Irish Poetry Reading Archive, or IPRA, is a collection within UCD Libraries' special collections. It captures Irish poets reading their own work and often reflecting on their creative process. The recordings were all born digital, filmed and edited in-house by a member of the library staff between 2014 and 2023, like I said. It's a really important cultural heritage resource, not only because it's preserving the voices of Irish poets, but also it is making them accessible to researchers, students, and the wider public. However, there is challenges. Since the staff member who filmed and edited this work retired, the recordings largely remained untouched. A new external videographer was appointed to continue filming and editing, but the earlier material was never fully assessed or organized for long-term preservation. So the challenge with this footage was twofold. First of all, a significant portion remains unedited, and second, the edited videos were created primarily for access rather than for preservation. So the access copies were mostly MP4 and MOV files, and they were then posted on YouTube. But the unedited footage, the Final Cut Pro files, and also the ProRes files, they were all retained. Also, another challenge was that across the collection, we also found huge inconsistencies. There was inconsistent naming conventions, there was inconsistent use of codecs and containers. It really was like the Wild West. And there's also evidence of corruption, a lot of corruption. So this is the project team. This project was initiated by Evelyn Flanagan, the former head of special collections, but she is now the director of cultural heritage at UCD Library. She secured the funding and established the framework for this work. I mentioned yesterday champions. She is one of our champions. Evelyn asked me to collaborate with Megan on developing a methodology and workflow to appraise this material and ultimately to support its long-term preservation. So I provided training and file identification and analysis tools and checked in weekly to review progress and refine the approach. And then Megan's role focused on the hands-on appraisal of the collection, identifying and assessing files, making decisions about retention and disposal, and documenting everything in the process. The project's main objectives were to locate and group files for each poet, to assess their formats and content, to make clear appraisal decisions, and to document all results to support ongoing preservation and access. So with that, I will now hand over to Megan, who will take you through her methodology, the methodology she developed, and the tools she used in practice.
Thanks so much, Sinead, for the introduction. So before I talk you through my main methodology and workflow for each stage of the project, I'll just give a brief summary of the tools I use and operate. The tools I use. So I operated between around 3 to 4 different spreadsheets. First of all, Niamh used the file format identification, characterization, and validation software, Siegfried and Brunhild, to provide me with a readable spreadsheet report which contained information on each IPRA file. Evelyn provided me with an up-to-date listing of every poet and their recording date. Niamh and I created the IPRA discovery spreadsheet, which I then populated with the poet's name and recording date range, the file name, the date modified, file format assessment, and a content assessment column. And I also use a rough work spreadsheet at times. So the first stage of this project for me was the file location. For this, I used the Excel search function on the Siegfried spreadsheet to locate each poet's files. The vast majority of the file paths had at least one identifying feature, such as a first name, surname, or date. However, it was really important at this stage to be quite thorough, as proper and consistent naming conventions were really not always followed. I also found the search function on Excel to be quite sensitive. For example, there were cases where a poet's name was misspelled in some paths or spelled correctly in the others, so I had to really make sure I was searching both versions of person's name. So once a poet's files were located, I copied and pasted the relevant data into the IPR Discovery spreadsheet. So file format assessment was another necessary step that was integrated throughout the file location stage. In some cases, the file format assessment was used to clarify a Siegfried output. For example, file cut profiles were identified as unknown in the Siegfried report, but by examining the file path, I could then clarify and correctly identify the format. I also used media info a lot to acquire more information about the file, such as its compression, if it was lossy or lossless, the audio and video quality, and the file format. And as Niamh mentioned earlier, there were a number of files which were not well formed or corrupt. So in this case, I would use media info to just try and figure out the file format if I wasn't sure. So the next stage of this project was content assessment. And this involved viewing each file and assessing elements such as the audio and video quality, the editing stage, and accessibility. I would typically begin this process by searching for the poet on the IPR website's homepage. And this provides a direct YouTube link to that, myself an expectation of what might be in a poet's files. And then in a similar vein, I would perform a spot check through the poet's files in the IPR Discovery spreadsheet. And this allowed me to, again, identify the types of files that might be listed. And I could usually spot potential duplicates or potential groups of files that I could content assess together to save a bit of time. And then I would begin to view each file and write a short description in the content assessment column. And the description usually identified the poem being read. I wrote a little note on the video and audio quality, if it was a duplicate, and really anything that I thought might be useful to Niamh and Evelyn to have. So appraisal of the files, of course, naturally occurred during formatted content assessment. The main appraisal decisions I made were retention, disposal, or retained for further editing. In general, ProRes and QuickTime MOPs were generally retained as potential archival copies, in addition to the unedited camera footage. There was also a large bulk of Final Cut Pro files for some poets, and these ProRes unedited files were retained. The Final Cut Pro files, which mostly contain frames, will most likely be disposed of. Files containing footage which remain unedited to date have been identified and will be sent to an external videographer for further processing and editing. And many of these files are really great interviews with poets, so it'd be great to get these edited and available. So the results of the IPR Discovery project are as follows. Files for each poet have been identified and assessed. A recommendation has been made for each of these files. A high-level overview of the project outcomes has been provided, and files which do require further editing have been identified and transferred to an external hard drive for the commercial videographer's use. So to close, I just have a few key takeaways to discuss. Firstly, through excellent training provided to me by Niamh, I felt I really understood the huge benefits of using software such as Siegfried and Brunhild to manage digital collections. The use of this software definitely streamlined the process and aided greatly in developing an efficient workflow. Another major takeaway from this project is the importance of proper and consistent file naming conventions for digital material. This was especially prevalent during the file location stage, as I had to be aware that many files were buried within folders, and so on. And finally, this collection could benefit from some regular and proactive appraisal. As the collection is currently ongoing, more born digital material will be created with each poet recording. So I would recommend proactive management of incoming material rather than reactive. And finally, thanks so much to you for fantastic mentorship and to Evelyn Flanagan for such a great opportunity. And thank you.
So I just want to say before handing over that Megan was an absolute pleasure to work with.
So now we're going to have Noelia Romero from the Digital Repository of Ireland to speak. And actually, seeing as Jerome and Media Info was mentioned, let's have a round of applause for Jerome Martinez and Media Info as well.
Thank you, Kieran. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, my name is Noelia Romero. I am the Digital Archivist and Training Manager in the Digital Repository of Ireland. And today I want to show you how something like metadata can be a powerful tool to make digital collections more accessible, available, and reusable. And we will look at the Iris Stone Axe collection, one of our most important archaeological collections, and explore how its rich metadata transform into a dynamic resource for research, education, and discovery. But first of all, let me introduce you what is the DRI, what is the Digital Repository of Ireland. So the DRI is a digital repository for the preservation, stewardship, and dissemination of Ireland humanities and social science, research data, and cultural heritage collections. Our mission is to safeguard Ireland's social, cultural, and historical record by actively managing digital content over time. We want to ensure that this material remains accessible to researchers and the public into the future. The DRI is managed by three academic institutions: the Royal Irish Academy, Trinity College Dublin, and Maynooth University. And it's funded by the Department of Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science via the Higher Education Authority. The DRI is a trustworthy digital repository certified by the Quarter Seal. That means that meets international standards for reliable, secure, and sustainable data preservation. We support best practices in digital archiving, open access, open search, and fair data sharing, making data findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And DRI operates on a paid membership model. We provide stewardship of digital data from a range of organizations, including higher education institutions, cultural heritage institutions, the CLAM sector, government agencies, local authorities, and community archives. Right now we have 57 members and we are growing. So the repository holds a wide variety of digital content types, reflecting the richness of cultural and heritage collections. At the moment we have 216 collections, and we have images, text material from manuscripts, reports, transcripts, audio recording, including oral histories, interviews. We have video content, we have data sets, we have 3D objects, and more recently we start archiving web archives. And the format we use by the DRI to capture and preserve a website is WAR file. And this format creates an interactive file that opens in our web browser and allows users to interact with the captured website as if it was live. Among the many collections in the repository today, I want to give you a quick look at the Iris Stone Axe collection. What makes it special is it's not just the objects themselves, it's the detailed metadata behind them. The metadata has made the collection a great example of how well-structured information can be reused in a meaningful ways. The Iris Stone Axe collection comprises an image catalog of 366 assets, including scale photographs, artifacts, drawing, and petrological thin section images of samples discovered across Ireland. Each axe carries information about its origin, typology, material, and context of discovery. The project to digitize this collection was led by Professor Gabriel Cooney, School of Archaeology, University College Dublin, with assistance from the Discovery Programme Centre of Archaeology and Innovation Ireland. The digitization project was funded through the Nolan Digitization Grant provided by the Royal Irish Academy. The collection includes 3 sub-collections. You can see here, the left is the collection, the right is the object. So this is the scale photographs sub-collection that contains 1 to 4 RGB images for each of the 366 stone axe heads. Its digital object is described using rich structural metadata following the Dublin core metadata standards. This ensures consistency, interoperability, and long-term accessibility. And it was this rich metadata associated with each object, particularly the geographical information and subject classification related to the material and typology of the axe heads, what made it ideal for the data exploration workshop celebrated last year on the occasion of the DPAS conference. DPAS is a biennial event by the DRR Repository of Ireland and responds to questions relating to digital preservation within the arts and social science subject domain. In 2024, DPAS was co-hosted with the University of Limerick and the Hand Museum in Limerick. The theme was Collection as Data, Data as Collections, which addressed the question of how best to share digital information about cultural heritage collections. This concept, collection as data, encourages libraries, archives, museums, and other institutions to treat their digital collection not just as static objects, but as structured, machine-readable datasets. In the lead-up of this event, we host a data exploration workshop where participants had the opportunity to engage directly with collections from the DRI using digital methods. We wanted to see how applying the FAIR principle, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, collection as data becomes a powerful framework for making cultural collection resources more usable, discoverable, and impactful. The goal was to encourage researchers to explore collection and develop their own data visualizations and analytical approaches, either to support the current research or to investigate new areas of interest. The workshop was designed for participants with no previous experience of digital humanities tools and took place in person in University of Limerick, and it was led by DRI staff. The workshop covered the following topics: so introduction to DRI collections, finding content, downloading the data, preparing the data for reuse using OpenRefine, choosing visualization tools, and presenting the finance work. The Iris Stone Axe collection was selected as one of the data sets, and the outputs of digital artifacts created by the workshop participants were exhibited in the Hand Museum in the evening of the keynote. And here you can see 2 visualizations developed from the Iris Stone Axe collection during the data exploration workshop. Both were created using Flowers. Flowers is a user-friendly online platform for creating data visualizations, and it allows users to build charts, maps, and other models without needing to code. The one to the left, allowing us to explore how access are distributed geographically across Ireland. The other one, you can see, focus on the material composition of the access, also broken down by county. This helps us to understand regional patterns in the sourcing and use of stone materials. What we wanted to show with this workshop is data visualization can help to explore patterns and relationships in the data in a more engaging way and brings metadata to life. And this is possible when you have collections with well-described and rich metadata description. The Iris Stone Axe collection shows that when we invest in rich metadata, we are not just documenting the objects in a collection, but we are empowering the engagement and reusability of the cultural heritage. And just to finish, I'd like to take a moment to share some exciting news. We are currently working in our next DPAS conference for 2026 It will be in Belfast in June, and we are co-hosting this event with Queen's University and Prony. And the theme for this conference will be Ready, Set, Preserve, making a space for play in digital preservation. Here you have the QR code to the website, still in process, so in a couple of weeks we will have more information. And thank you very much. This is the QR for get access to the Digital Repository of Ireland, and I invite you to see and research what all the collections we have there. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now I'd like to welcome Sinead Keogh from the University of Limerick, who was just mentioned in that slide deck. So Sinead, you can take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, it was actually about this time last year that in this very room, I put up my hand and I said, we're getting a digital preservation system. So to bring you up to date with what happened, we're just going to look back. You're going to come on a journey with me and I'm going to tell you how we got to today. Yeah, First of all, we're going to look back. And a lot of these images, we're relying heavily on images, and this one, because you'll know at the end why. We got a lovely collection of acetate films, or large format, medium format, 35mm. Some of them are starting to grade, we're digitizing, they're lovely, and I just rely heavily on them for this. So, 2008, come back up. We got our first institutional repository. It was based on DSpace, and we had one member of staff, and we started to take usually foreign digital material, PDFs, the usual stuff that people have in their institutional repositories. We also started to digitize, and the digitization was basically text and images. It wasn't audio or audiovisual at all. We had one staff member, we had a lovely scanner, and it was made to TIFF and quite high DPI where we could. So we started off small operations, but we good quality material coming in. But this is where it starts, where we have to start looking after this material. And not once at that stage did we think we'd have to look after that material. We just thought how exciting it was that we had all this material. Then from then we started to grow. We get new collections. We got the National Dance Archive of Ireland. This is an image from it. That's where the first audiovisual and audio comes into us. Some of it's born digital, a lot of it is on tape. We look, what do we do? And we were like, thank you so much. And we just took it, put it over here. So we don't have to worry about that. And then we started online exhibitions, so there was more of a call for getting more digital material up there and out. Our Shannon development, so the Shannon is the biggest river in Ireland, flows out of Limerick, and that whole region is very interesting itself because Shannon Town was a devised new town. It was built specifically to be a new town. So the industry, the airport, if anyone's been to Shannon Airport, and the housing, schools, that was built as a town. So we have that, all the lovely negatives are from that area. It's from the 1950s onward. It's lovely. And then the research, we got a new research services department, which means that you had dedicated people going out trying to get research material from people. So then we grew to 3 systems. We had our DSpace for our institutional repository. We had Islandora for our digital library. And we started using Axial AdLib for our archival management system. Our scanning and digitization operation grew. We had overhead scanners. We still had our lovely flat better I2F, and we got a film slide scanner so we could start digitizing these slides. And we got 7 members of staff. My God, if I thought now somebody's going to tell me I had 7 members of staff, but these were split across. They were kind of double jobbing. They were in cataloguing, they were working on the desk, and I got them for a few hours and they'd come in and do stuff. Yeah, again, it seemed like a good idea at the time. We were still digitizing mainly images and text to TIFF at various DPIs. A lot of born digital still coming in from for the research repository, but now we were seeing, instead of just getting the PDFs of your your published material, you're getting all these data sets and different types of files coming in. Again, lovely, thank you, give us all your digital, sure, what do we have to? Then we started outsourcing all those tapes that were coming in. And when I say we started, it was a real case of whenever we got money, we go, Graham, we'll go and do it. So it wasn't a plan, it was like, get another batch ready in case we get another batch of money. So the quantity of images started to go up, definitely, with all these people digitizing. We started getting more audiovisual digital files, and definitely the types of material coming in the research repository. We were getting software, we were getting audiovisual material, we were getting huge data sets. Then, brings us closer to us now, 2018 to 2014. This is when we acquired, well, we had new priorities because we acquired new collections. We got the Bolton Library, which is an early printed books and manuscripts. So some of the material would go back to the 1400s. As you can imagine, they had been stored in this really old kind of church. A lot of them are damaged, they need a lot of conservation, but where we could, we wanted to digitize them, I suppose, to make them available so people wouldn't have to touch them. But also, I mean, as with a lot of things, it's going to look good if we're showing people this. So that's why people digitize often, for access or to tell people about something. So if they come to us, again, they're not thinking we have to preserve these images, they're thinking we just digitize them for accessibility. The other thing we got a big extension, and we got this lovely exhibition space, which again is people saying, we've got this room, we can do this exhibition, let's give this more digital content. We love digital content. And we started getting, or started developing in the university, the arts-based practice PhD. And that was where, for your PhD, you would have a portfolio, and that could have anything in it. Again, usually it was AV material, it was performances, it could be audio, but also data sets, whatever you could think of was coming into us. Now at this stage, we're getting a bit, well, maybe we have to have a think about what we're taking. But look, let's get more systems in here. So we changed from DSpace to Figshare, because Figshare was more seen as more appropriate maybe for research data. Kept Islandora, their digital library, and then we got Atom. We changed from Axial to Atom for our archival management system, which was a good thing because our archivists really embraced Atom, they liked Atom, and they were happy to make lovely records in Atom. We had another change, like I'm weary, I'm a broken woman at this stage. We got rid of the scanners, my lovely big scanner, and we moved to cameras. And a lot of that was because of the Bolton collection, where you couldn't put a book out on a scanner. You needed to get in and you needed to have it set up. So we moved to the cameras, which again was like, that's a brilliant idea, let's get cameras. It's only good if we have a photographer. Now, happily, we got ourselves a photographer. Before that, it was all automatic and over the best. So we had 3 members of staff then, so dramatically reduced. And these 3 members of staff were looking after the image capture, but also the creation of the metadata and that kind of thing. So it's not as if we have a dedicated person. We're making TIFF, we're also getting these raw files or capture files. We have our AV coming back from where it's been outsourced to convert. We have our PDFs, and then all these other varied formats that are coming into the research repository. And then we have copies of these for use, usually our special collections, if they want to go back to some of the material instead of using the big TIFFs. If they're not already on the digital library, which they're not, they're able to access these copies to have a look. So the quality of images goes up. The increase in the archival cataloguing was good because it meant now when we were digitizing things, in all likelihood it had a record. And in fact, we said we're not going to digitize anything that has not been described and been given a number. And then obviously the research output is still coming in all formats. So here we are. I'm there, I'm sitting there, I put my hand up and I go, yeah. So before we got our digital preservation system,
we changed systems again. So if you're keeping up, we started with DSpace, we went to Figshare, and now we're back at DSpace for our institution repository. It's been a summer, it really has. Then Island Dora is still our digital library, and Atom's still our archive management system. And then we thought, you know what? Throw a digital preservation system on top of that. So this time last year, I was telling people how we're engaging with JISC, Dynamic Purchasing System, which is where they would help us do the tender, and that would take a lot of work out of it, because we just come out of 2 other tenders and we were weak. So in order to do that, you felt that? In order to do that, we had to really look at what we had to say, all right, well, let's just get ready for this new system that's going to come in and change our lives. And that's when we noticed all these problems that we'd created for ourselves. But we were young and we needed the money, so we did that. So early days of digitization, it was definitely quantity over quality. Lots of copies, lots of versions of the same thing. Because we were digitizing, we were so happy to be digitizing stuff, we didn't necessarily have to have something that was catalogued or had a number. So we have all these files, we don't know where their physical function is. We've got this lovely 100 megapixel camera, which takes beautiful pictures. Oh my God, you can see it from space. But they're huge. What are we doing with ourselves? We have our audio files, our AV files, which you know obviously are huge. And then all our research project data sets, people are creating more and more data. They're so excited to be creating data that it's just growing and growing, and they want to give it to us. So this is just like, look, this is one. There's a lot going on there. So it was, I think the tips are purple, the audio or AV are red, and look, you don't even, it's not. But looking at that, we were like, you know what, I think we need to maybe pause. So we have to fix things like the duplicates, the versions, file naming, matching, the rights, because we have digitized stuff that, well, I think we should have digitized. Now, we haven't made it available to anybody, but it's just, we've digitized things that shouldn't have been a priority, maybe. So, looking forward, we love our Aaron in Ireland, and it was really time to regroup. And so we need to look at policies, procedures, our workflows, getting the material in. One of the things that we want to do, and we will be knocking on Adam and Ireland's door around there, is in-house AV conversion, because we had a member of staff in our IT department who was in charge of AV. He's retired, but he collected so much equipment. And we've broken into that room and we've seen it. So we're going to talk to Adam and Ireland. We're just going, yeah, right, Sinead, you're going to be in-house converting. Well, we might be, but the reason we know about that is because we have this little digital collections community practice in Ireland. We're a small group, we're a small country, there's not many of us doing it, and if we are doing it, we're probably doing it on our own in the institution we're in. So we have this group where we all talk and we find out what other people are doing, which is lovely. And then this is my first time at No Time to Wait. I didn't know you all existed. And as pessimistic as sometimes it might feel, imagine being me who didn't even know you were all doing that wonderful work. And I come in and I'm like, oh my God, we're going to be grand, it's going to be grand. So thank you for that. And frankly, there'll be a lot more discussion about time machine development. Solve all our problems. Maybe that's just because it's my first time, and if I go next year, you will start telling me. But thank you, everybody.
I think No Time to Wait doesn't do awards, but that probably would have won the award for the most entertaining and one of the best presentations we had. So, well done, Sinead. And now last, but certainly not least, we have a bit of a No Time to Wait veteran, Killian Downing from Dublin City University.
Hi everyone, how's it going? Brilliant to be here. I will keep this short and sweet. For anyone who doesn't know, DCU Library is based on the north side of Dublin. It supports students and staff across 3 campuses. We also engage with the North Dublin community through a range of initiatives, from educational partnerships with local schools and study supports for Leaving Cert students to cultural events and creative programs that foster learning, literacy, and community engagement. There we go. As part of this lightning talk, I'm going to look back on the past 5 years of DCU Library's digital preservation journey. In 2021, we selected Atom as the most cost-effective and scalable system for cataloging and digitally curating DCU Library special collections and archives. Although Atom is an open source application, we asked several vendors to support a hosted instance, and Archivum was chosen to provide it under a software as a service model. A major milestone the same year was joining the Digital Repository of Ireland, core trust seal repository, which, as Noelia has said, is dedicated to preserving Ireland's humanities, cultural heritage, and social sciences data. Membership provided us with valuable training workshops and national international visibility for our collections. In 2022, we presented remotely at No Time to Wait 6 alongside Joe Murphy from Specialist AV, one of our AV digitization partners. And together, we discussed the digitization of one of DCU's audiovisual collections. And also during this time, we completed our first digitization policy. And having a structured, iterative methodology, which has underpinned the planning and consistency and quality control of our digitization work, has been so important. In 2023, we began testing and procuring cloud storage through Microsoft Azure, where Micromill is the supplier under the Ochre framework. And at this time, we were really inspired by the National Library of Ireland's annual World Digital Preservation Day workshops and events, which were going on every year. And these sessions really encouraged us to draft our first digital preservation policy, helping us to assess our NDSA capacity for digital preservation. This work was followed by the creation of a digital asset register, which gave us intellectual control over digital content across our special collections and archives, and also now throughout the library. Finally, earlier this year, we were delighted to upgrade our Atom to Archivum's full software as a service digital preservation platform, offering us a comprehensive long-term archiving solution with enhanced access to our digital collections. So it really looks like we're very fond of any systems beginning with the letter A from above. So moving quickly on, this is our current technical infrastructure. We are currently testing Archivum with version 6.7 due this month. Some of the key features that were important for our requirements included the ability to ingest content directly from AWS S3 buckets and also through a web browser, which would be the Archivum one, and whether that's for a single donor, multiple donors, or a digitization vendor. All potential donations and assets could be transferred to the Archivum system for appraisal or management. And as Leona was saying earlier about DART, the Digital Archives Resource tool, prior to Archivum, we were also using DART to bag collections and assets. And this is a brilliant open source tool that provides both like a GUI and a command line interface for packaging files and uploading them to remote repositories. Excuse me. We also asked Archivum to write an escrow copy of our data to our Azure blob within our DCU account. And the purpose of this is to maintain a third independent copy of all our data and metadata, and to use Archivum's escrow toolkit for data integrity testing and validation. Alongside Archivum, Atom remains our archival cataloging system and Archivum's delivery platform. So we've also successfully implemented an OAI integration between Atom and Remo, which is the DCU Library's discovery layer on the back of Alma, Ex Libris Alma. So our archive records are fully discoverable in the library catalog, and they link back to Atom. So another shout out to Noelia. A major part of our digital preservation journey has been our collaboration with the Digital Repository of Ireland, who have provided really brilliant support and guidance through our digital curation work. I know that DRI plays a massive role in aggregating Ireland's digital cultural heritage to Europeana as the national aggregator, helping to make Irish collections accessible to international audiences. And I think to date, over 113,000 objects from more than 33 institutions have been shared with Europeana through the DRI. In one of our blog posts for the DRI, we outlined our local implementation of the DRI staging process, which detailed our approach, workflow, and goals in publishing content to both DRI and Europeana. And we created this guide really for anyone preparing to publish their collections on these platforms. The DRI also provides AAAF functionality, which makes collections more usable and interactive for researchers, and having the ability to integrate high-res TIFFs is particularly valuable, especially since within Atom we couldn't do that. We were previously kind of limited to PDF or JPEG access derivatives. Reviewing and implementing a digital preservation policy can really deepen engagement with any organisation. And it has to be said, collaboration and cooperation are at the heart of digital preservation in Ireland, and of course at No Time to Wait. Much of the work we've achieved at DCU is thanks to the support and feedback of colleagues and friends, including those many who are here from NUI Galway, Maynooth University, UCD, UCC, University of Limerick, and the National Library of Ireland, of course. One resource we've really regularly referred to is the Digital Preservation Policy Toolkit, which is a really good guide for anyone looking to draft or refine their digital preservation policy, and linked, of course, to DPC's RAM, which supports an organisation's assessment of their digital preservation capabilities. If you're not sure where to start, look at policy exemplars from other institutions, which are really invaluable, and think about what approaches might fit your own context best. And finally, a special shout out to the Digital Preservation Community of Practice, a relatively new network of digital archivists, librarians, and digital information professionals who have come together to kind of share challenges, insights, and passions for digital preservation. And a special thanks to Sinead and the rest of the team for this. At its core, the purpose of digital preservation is to connect new audiences with the past, to make history engaging, accessible, and relevant. One project that really reflects this goal is History in Your Hands. It's a program designed to teach 4th and 5th year students how to plan, research, and write their research study report for the Leaving Certificate. The skills they develop in research, critical thinking, and writing help them understand how to produce high-quality historical work and engage with archive sources. As part of this program, these students explore the Sean Lester collection, which includes the diaries of Irish diplomat, of Lester, who was the High Commissioner of the League of Nations in Danzig, now Gdansk, in the 1930s, and when he was acting Secretary General in the 1940s. During the Second World War, Lester buried his personal diaries in a metal case near the League's headquarters in Geneva to protect them, and after the war he retrieved the case and brought the diaries back to Ireland, where they were later donated to DC Library. Today, digitised copies of these diaries are available through Atom, Digital Repository of Ireland, and Europeana. And as part of this project, students used Europeana to transcribe handwritten diary pages and georeference them in the text. The feedback from the students was incredibly positive. Many said that visiting the reading room in DC Library and working directly with digitised materials helped them connect to history on a personal level. Hosted on the Transcribe-a-thon platform, Europeana Transcribed is an online initiative that invites the public to transcribe, annotate, and georeference Europe's digitised cultural heritage. It helps make digitised collections, especially handwritten ones like these, more accessible and usable for researchers in the wider community. So projects like these demonstrate that digital preservation isn't solely about technology or storage. It's about opening up our collections, keeping stories alive, and inspiring future generations to discover, interpret, and care for our shared history. Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, so we have time for a few questions. Does anyone want to get us started? And otherwise, I have one or two as well. Come on.
I have a question, I guess, for the first speakers, Leona and Joanna. So just for context, like I work with a lot of like content creators and documenters, and I do training for people who are collecting who are not archivists on like archiving basics. So I was really interested to hear that your workflow of like having the depositors like use Dart and to follow like technical specs for their submissions. And I know with Paula, like you were working very closely with like an ongoing relationship, but I was wondering if you could speak more about how that has worked with other depositors or other challenges and how you kind of dealt with that.
I just say actually, we didn't advertise for a creator that was incredibly collaborative with loads of work experience. So it's only in retrospect that you realise how lucky you were. And I think that was one of the lessons for me anyway was, I don't know how you tactfully say this in a residency, but it is really important. We were lucky with who we got, but I think if we were doing it again, certainly to put something in there about collaboration up front would be good, you know, although probably, you know, most people who are interested in applying for something like that have those skills, but to really put it up there up front. I mean, I don't really have any negative experience. I suppose photographers always seem to be really on the ball to me and are up for doing loads of stuff. So it was a great project in that way. You know, we got somebody from a community that was already primed to work with us. Leona, do you want to say?
Thanks a million for your question,
Yeah, I think the main thing is we have like lots of workflows available and just demonstrating step by step what it is that we need them to do, and just, you know, making ourselves totally available, and if they do stumble on something, that we are there to troubleshoot if needs be, and just, you know, trying to engage with them as much as possible to provide what they need.
Thank you so much.
And just on that, like, I think it needs the right tool as well. We trialed like several tools, but it wasn't until, you know, we had Dart from the AP Trust and like Andrew Diamond being a particularly like responsive developer, like there were some technical issues working with donors and depositors, and like we were able to feed those back to Andrew, and he'd spin up a new version for us very quickly. And like the National Library of Ireland like was not their designed use case; it was AP Trust members. So like it was really just that open source mentality as well. And yeah. So any other, Ross? Loads of questions.
Thanks. I think maybe for people online, I don't know if they realize you actually have the National Library of Ireland have physical printed copies of your digital preservation policy, and I thought that was neat for a couple of reasons. But like, what perceived impacts have there been maybe to yourselves or to your colleagues at the library having this physical artifact?
I think it all kind of comes together. It's not just that we have the policy, it's that we have the new team. So like the team was just Kieran for a long time, and not just the two of us. So it's just that and getting more visibility and that kind of thing, and just trying to be kind of more helpful and just putting it out there that, you know, we are here, we can help troubleshoot. Yeah.
Extra special thanks as well. The person who designed the policy is the person who made that GIF, or not like the GIF out the front, Emma Conway. So that was really sound. I think Dave, did you have a question?
My question was for Niamh and Megan. You both alluded to the presence of born digital corrupt files in your workflows, and I know most workflows are designed for perfect files. So I was just wondering how the presence of corruption impacted how you would preserve or make these collections accessible.
Luckily, Megan, do you want to? Luckily, any material that we found that featured corruption, so you know there will be glitches or you know drop frames. You know, there was always another version of it available. So you know, it was both a blessing and a curse, I suppose, that the former member of staff never deleted anything ever in his life. So there was always other versions. And we also had all of the Final Cut Pro project files as well. So there was really a wealth of material to mine through. And nothing was ever lost because we were able to find versions. For the most part, there was ProRes mobs of this material. And I would say most, if not all, of the corruption detected were in access copies. And we found he made versions and versions of different access copies with different codecs, with different containers, maybe changed the extension, but it was still the other, it was a very interesting project to work on. And I think, Megan did the lion's share of the work here. And I remember her saying to me, she was with us for 3 months. She was in the head of Brian by the end. I said his name. Oh shoot. I'm sorry, Dave. I hope that question is this streaming live. The other question.
One more short question. I would be very curious about, and it's for first presenters, what was your motivation to get this trustworthy digital repository status? Did you do it for yourself or for donors or maybe for politicians who give you money? What is the main motivation?
I guess the main motivation is probably just ourselves, and just to get that, and show that that is what we're in it for, to be, one of the leaders in the country for digital material as the National Library, and also just to even self-assess, just see where are we currently at, what is it that we're doing really well at the minute, and are there areas that we need to improve?
And how far you are from getting there?
From the application?
Yeah.
Hopefully we're quite close. It's going through reorganization. No, reorganization. They're looking at it again, so they'll have the new requirements out, I think, in January. So we'll see what they are and then just go from there, I guess.
Cool. Well, folks, we might just leave it there and give a round of applause, please, for our wonderful speaker. Okay, and so now there's going to be lunch in the usual area, and just remember there's 2 queues, make use of them, and we'll see you back here, I think it's at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Glenn from Norway, talking about the Norwegian video art archive.
Hello. Hi. I'm a bit too tall for this mic, I think. Good afternoon. It's really nice to be here. My first visit to No Time to Wait. I'm a rookie here. My name is Håvard Oppeang, says there. A bit tricky name with a couple of Norwegian letters, the O and the Ö. So this is sort of a little crash course in Norwegian as well. I'm working with what is called Videokunstarkivet. Kunst means art, so it translates to the video art archive. I've been working with film archiving for 30 years at the Norwegian Film Institute at the National Library of Norway. But now, since the last 4.5 years, I've been at the National Museum of Norway. So I just wanted to take you through this brief background for the video art archive, a bit of how it works and what it's made for. And hopefully I get to do a little live presentation afterwards. And hopefully, if we get time, I could also do a live presentation of how easy it is from an artist's perspective to use it. So we'll see. The video art archive was made to preserve video art in Norway. It was meant to be a reference and resource archive for both artists as well as curators and programmers and historians. It's not a curated archive nor a collection, but it somehow is meant to mirror or present what in, for instance, the collection of the National Museum of Norway, along with some of the bigger collection that the Norwegian Museum holding audiovisual material. It's not meant to be a distribution platform, and it's not an open archive for anybody. The closed portal, you have to get access to log in to use it. A bit back in time, it's quite a young archive. It's still in its early teens, but in 2007, a report was requested for the Arts Council of Norway, trying to figure out a reason for and the techniques to get this archive started. So there was a pilot project starting 2011, trying to map the history of video art in Norway, trying to sort of dig into the past to find artists working with video and also, of course, the material of the films they made, the videos they made. So the project continued after the pilot until 2020, and at that point, the Arts Council, as well as the Ministry of Culture in Norway, decided that this archive should be placed in a national institution. And that's when the archive was placed at the National Museum of Norway, and I entered the project as sort of an administrator. So in this report, they underlined that Norwegian video art was hard to find. It was in poor technical condition. It wasn't available and rarely shown. It's except maybe from some of the works being in collections, such as at the National Museum. So the report recommended that to establish a national archive for video art. The archive would ensure video art to be secured, preserved, and taken care of. Artworks and material that are preserved and made available for research. That is the main purpose. And somehow, they try to find out what is considered video art and what is not. Still difficult to do that, it's quite broadly. But we do in Norway have a legal deposit law for audiovisual materials. And this is sort of trying to take care of all material not being part of that legal deposit law. I guess you have most of your countries have legal deposit laws, but taking care of all audiovisual. And in Norway, it's the National Library of Norway that takes care of the film heritage and all audiovisual material, most all of the audiovisual material. So this archive was meant to be to take care of the materials outside the sort of commercial production films and videos that wasn't publicly premiered or screened for the public. During this establishment of the archive, the group doing the work had to get this archive up and going, and they find the technical solutions. They did research on methods, mapping the trees, like a study group, trying to figure out or find all video art that has been presented or displayed or screened at museums or at festivals or various exhibitions around Norway, way back to the 70s, 60s. And this archive is meant to be mainly basically for artists themselves, so that they can make entries, register their works, and upload files. But it's also, like I mentioned, a very good resource for art historians, for curators, for programmers, scholars, researchers, quite a lot of people who can get access to the archive and search and find things they are looking for or didn't know they were looking for. So it's a good resource for museums, for galleries, for festivals, for a lot of art institutions. But like I said, it's not for the public, and it's a closed archive, of course, due to rights, etc. And it's meant to be we decided to include video art related to Norway, which means there's a lot of artists living in Norway, working in Norway, but aren't Norwegian. But we really wanted to include them as well, or present this as a service that could use this archive. And there are also a few works included from, for instance, our own collection that are displayed here. Not that we want to preserve those works, but we really want to include them in the archive so that they sort of mirror and can tell and show what's in, for instance, the collection of the National Museum. And I can show you this later on. It's quite a simple and user-friendly archive, both for artists as well as other users. searching and finding works. Works are included as well as documentation entries, meaning you can also find interviews and documents from gallery openings and museum openings, exhibition openings, etc. And it's easy to upload files directly in this portal, like I will show you later. A title entry can hold only one video file, but there are possible to upload a lot of other files as well. We call them alternative files. It can be stills, it can be PDFs, various documents. For an artist entry, it could be the resume for the artist, etc. And like I said, it can be searched and curated for all people with access. It's a free text search database. It looks very primitive. It's not the best of design. It looks almost like some late 90s internet, or like if you're searching a database at some institutions, it's just the basics, and it has to be simple to search and use. And of course, all works with a video file, all users can play back that file, a preview file. During the early stages of the pilot project, they found this tech provider, Norgesfilm in Norway, who do, and they still are with us in the project today. They do all the file backup, the controlling of how to improve disks, all the technical updates and logging, etc. And as the Arts Council and the Culture pointed out, we have to collaborate with the National Library since they are good at preserving audiovisual material. So they do the long-term storage of all the files, all the master files. They do the checking, doing checksums, doing the transfer for long-term storage, and they do that directly from the Norgesfilm in the southern Norway. On behalf of this, the National Library has this service called Bank. It means that we sort of have a bank account at the National Library, but they do the file transfers via FTP. So it's almost like I could just sit back, let the artist upload, and let the National Library do the long-term storage transfers for the files. But I don't sit back all the time. I do a lot of detective work and research to find more and more and newer artists that haven't been included or offered this project earlier on. In the beginning, they developed this software called Archive2 along with Lima in Amsterdam and a Dutch company called Toxus. And the Norgesfilm as part of this. They were focusing on good functionality and compatibility, trying to follow the metadata standards, and at the time they did the same thing as Lima did in Amsterdam. And Lima sort of had the experience with this. Of course, open source was very high up on the list to what to do. After a while, they choose to use this digital management system or resource base, which you probably know a lot about. So, and then it runs on WordPress quite well. Archive2 is built on what in the line with resource base. And also when you upload files, the system does the rest. It transcodes and processes the master file upload to a preview file and a an HQ methaname file, which will be in the archive after the master file has been transferred to the National Library. This is how the portal looks like. Unfortunately, most of this is in Norwegian, but there are a button in English with a short, brief presentation of the project. From the left background, there is a list of works where there is all the works registered in the archive, but there you can only see the title, the artist names, the year of production, and maybe also original format, as well as running time. You can't see the real files there. Then you have the answer. A lot of reports, some of them are in English, and you can, of course, visit the site to check out more. And when you're here and got access, you can log in. And this is how the portal looks like when you're logged in as a curator user. It's a bit different when you log in as an artist because you have a few more buttons. You can enter a new work. As a curator, you can only search and browse and click and see all the preview files within the archive. When you are using this archive as an artist, you can enter and put in as many artworks as you want. You can edit your own artworks, of course, and you can upload a file. And it's, we don't have strict criteria for who's in the archive. You can, people approach me and want to have an entry in the archive, and can easily find out that this is a proper or serious artist, but as long as they get an entry and it says they can enter as many works they want. We try to sort of have a suggestion to or a recommendation of what you can put in the archive, and it sort of follows the legal deposit law I mentioned. So it's as long as you, as an artist, have displayed or exhibited a work in a gallery or museum in Norway or abroad, you can put it in the archive. But a lot of people also put in student works and works in progress, and they can do so, of course. Yes, I think I'm not sure of the time here. 6 minutes left. Yeah, I better jump on to a live presentation of the art. Right, we are back to this one. And here you can, of course, put in any keyword or name or possible topic you want to look for. As you can see, you can search the entire archive among all artworks or artists. Or you can decide to search for all the artists in the archive only. Or you can search for artworks. And when I click the artwork box, there are some more possibilities. You can go across, especially here. You can tag sort of form. This is meant to be to make it easier from curator to find what's in the archive. And as long as category, you can, for instance, yeah, because you have some of people, lots of stuff in here. There's a lot of music videos as well. And you can also search for original formats. A lot of them, the films in here is, of course, all digital, but there's also a lot of various video formats and film as well. And this is quite exciting because you can click and see what's in the collection at the National Museum and some of the major Norwegian museums, what's in their collections. And the last one type is this an artwork or it could be a documentation. Quite basic. So let's have a quick search. We are in Dublin, so I search for Dublin. And I got a few results. Well, if I tick the artist box as well, I got a few more. And you may wonder, why is this guy showing up? He's Irish. Yeah, and the reason is that this work of his is in the collection at the National Museum. So we really wanted to display or view what's in the collection of the museum. I'd like to do another search. I searched for Marianne, among all the artists. And there's a few Mariannes around. You can see that the search word is underlined in yellow. And the reason you get those two is that there's probably a Marianne name someplace in the text. But I was looking for this Marianne, who is a pioneer in video art in Norway. Has been doing that since the early 70s. And she was educated in Bergen, as well as in Paris, in London, and the Young Academy in Maastricht. So I just, as we're now running out of time, I just wanted to show you one of her short films. It's called Homage to Leo the Lion. It was made in 2006. At that time, she collected some 16mm material, which is scanned and sort of manipulated and slowed down and played with. And the result was this 1-minute short film, which also was presented at a 35mm print in cinemas. So I think this is a good end to this presentation. Let's see if it plays. Here you can, I clicked in on the title entry, Homage to Leo the Lion, and you can find a bit of text, summary in English and Norwegian. I forgot to say that all method fields are in English. It's quite helpful for you. So let's play this clip. Sound. was meant as a homage to video, homage to film as art, and homage to art as art. Sorry, I spent a lot of time, but you could come with some questions, of course, and you could grab me afterwards. So.
Yeah, please give over round of applause. Using accessing everything online. Next, I'd like to invite Leontine Tal moving onto the stage to talk about her future nostalgia. Please give a round of applause for Leontine.
Yeah, that is my cable. Sorry, guys. Oh.
Go back to the case, maybe. So.
Cool. Okay. Yay. Okay. Yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Leontine Tal. I'm the technical analyst at the University Library. Today, I will be talking about a project that I'm currently working on called Future Nostalgia, which is safeguarding this knowledge. What I'm going to do is give a little bit of context about the project and why I started doing it, and then basically outline the goals of the project and also highlight some of the outputs that are available. So yeah, we'll start with a little bit of context. So as I just mentioned, I work as a technical analyst at Cambridge University Library, where I look after the transfer service, which is the service that transfers material from a whole range of carriers. So that includes hard drives, USB sticks, optical discs, but also floppy disks. The service has been running since February 2023, and I've processed over 700 carriers now. And as you can see on the right here, this is our main workstation, which is a Fred, which some of you may be familiar with. So it's a forensic recovery evidence device. I thought we were sorted on floppy disks because you can see that Fred has a 5.25-inch floppy drive. And at the top, there's actually a USB floppy drive sitting with a 3.5-inch disk. So we're done. We're sorted. We can do everything. Turns out they're a lot more challenging than I first thought they were going to be. This slide kind of highlights some of the challenges. What I want to stress here is that this is kind of the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of different things that can go wrong around floppy disks. But it's been a lot of fun, the whole journey of figuring this out. But just to highlight a few of them, here on the right you can see the formats that the floppy controller that's in the Fred is able to deal with. So modern computers cannot work natively with floppy disk drives. You need to have something that sits in between, and it's called a floppy controller. So some of you may be familiar with the Braille box. The one that we had in our Fred was called FC5025. But it's only able to deal with these formats, which was not what we had in our fraction. So fun. The other thing in the middle is two floppy disk drives for 5.25-inch drives. One of them is double density, one of them is So one can read 40 tracks, one can read 80 tracks. You tell me what one is which. There's no indication on these machines why one is the other. And also other fun stuff. So we've got a number of abstract lists. So for instance, in our caption, they've got a really weird connection, not so much standardized at the time. For some reason, it takes a 26-pin ribbon cable instead of a 34 standard ribbon cable. So yeah, all fun. Yeah. The red one in the middle. This took me quite a while to figure this one out. I thought I had broken her drive. I thought I had broken her floppy controller. No, it's just an unformatted disk. They show up as red, which makes total sense because it's not being formatted. So yeah, and sometimes you're successful, or you think you're successful, and then you open a file and you just get a bad sector in the file, which you can see on the left top hand. I talked about this as well in the workshop on Wednesday, why this can happen. But yeah, you think you're doing everything right, but then the result is not always as positive. So yeah, on top of it being just a lot of works around floppy disks, another thing is that the information that you can find around floppy disks is quite dispersed over the internet. So this is just a highlight of a few different things that you can find. There's a whole bunch of YouTube videos that people make about random stuff, which are really helpful, but can be really difficult to find because it's not text. So they don't always show up in Google when you search them through Google. Other things is you can find a lot of manuals and other documentation on places like the Internet Archive. Again, a lot of that does not show up in search results, but again, it can be really, really useful to understand like data sheets and other stuff around disks. Another thing is I have revalued my Facebook account because you can only join the Greece Recent community by having a Facebook account. So, fun times. The other thing, Reddit is a really good place. And people just random people's blog posts and stuff. So it's like, it's basically everywhere. And one thing that can be really challenging about it as well is that you don't really know how expert the people are who are writing these things online, which means that sometimes, or I should say experience, which means sometimes you can find real gems online if you try them. Sometimes it's just, pardon my French, absolute bullshit. Like some of the stuff is just completely incorrect, which is also quite funny. So yeah, and then on top of all this, another challenge that we face is that this is a list of more of the machines that probably a lot of people will be familiar with. This is very UK centric here, but these are the machines that get a lot of love. So it's the Amstrad, the Pairs, Commodores, BBC Micro in the corner, and this Formis for the Apple Lisa. If you have these machines or have floppy disks from these machines, there will be communities out there that can help you, and they know everything about these things, and it's got that nostalgic appeal to them. People look after them, are happy to help, and we've got questions around them. However, a lot of our material does not necessarily come from these types of machines. Within this, talking specifically about the collections at the library, but we get a lot of stuff from business systems, which are not as well loved. Which is a bit sad, because they're also very cool. But just to highlight to you, and maybe some of them will be familiar to you, ICL is very big in the UK because they have a government contract to use CEOs from time to time. One is very well used for research. On the right hand side is a Lexicron, which was one of the early word processors, and at the top we have a particular technology machine. For just an example, if you look up Lexicron on Google search, you will find one paragraph on Wiki. That's it. That's what you're going to find. We have floppy disks from a Lexicron machine that even the Center for Computing History, which I work with a lot, did not know about, which is fun, but also a bit worrying. So yeah, so on top of like the knowledge being quite dispersed and there being a lot of quirks around floppy disks, we as like memory institutions also face a problem where we don't always have the nostalgic machines. A lot of our stuff will come from business which can make it really difficult to get data from them. And then another thing, why is this important at this point? And a lot of this will be very familiar to describe, especially in relation to the AD stuff. So starting off with a little bit of explanation of when floppy disks actually came to be. The first commercial floppy disk was released in 1971 with an 8-inch disk, and gradually there were different iterations of them. So the 5.25-inch floppy came in 1976, and the 3.5-inch floppy, which probably most of you will be familiar with, was introduced in 1982. But they stayed popular for quite a while. So this graph very nicely showcases how floppy disks actually became more and more popular over time. This graph is from an article that was actually talking about how floppy disks died, or like the industry around them was taken over by higher capacity drives. There's a really good graph in it which highlights the sales of different types of floppy disk drives. As you can see, the 8-inch and 5.25-inch, there were quite a lot of sales, and it kind of peaked in the late 80s, and then gradually died down. But for the 3.5-inch, it became really, really popular late into the 1990s. Why I'm showing this graph is because it makes me a little bit worried. So most of the stuff that we get in the library, or most of our floppy disks, come from the 1970s and the 1980s, early 1980s. So a lot of this stuff is very early computing era. We have not had the bulk of this stuff yet. So there's going to be more and more of it. When I started my job at Cambridge, I saw that I would come in, do all the floppy disks, do all the carriers, and then just leave. But more and more factions have them. And yeah, it's just going to increase for the next coming years. So yeah, so that's one worry. So there's an increasing number of floppy disks in our cache, and then that will grow over the next few years. Yeah, this image is making me very sad. I don't know who did that to drive. Yeah. Another thing, I know that there's been talks today as well, and yesterday about this. Floppy disks are magnetic, and they have an iron oxide coating on them. And this is degrading. So the older the floppy disk, the harder it can be to get material from it. And what is quite unique to digital carriers is that you really do need access to be able to appraise this material. I say you all have these in your collections where either someone has put down documents on their floppy disk or no label at all. That's also fun. So there can be a whole range of different labels, and these labels can also be incorrect. So it's really, really important to actually be able to access the floppy disk to be able to know what's actually on them. And the one that I'm also very worried about is that a lot of knowledge around this material is being lost. So the people who were active in the 1970s and 80s in developing this material are sadly starting to pass away. A lot of them are already retired. And that's also very worrying because they hold a lot of knowledge that we will need to not only be able to image these types of floppy disks, but also be able to access different types of systems which hold the actual data. So yeah, so that brings me to the Future Nostalgia project. So this project has been running since October last year, October 2024, and will run until January 2026. So it's basically coming to an end now. I'm finishing up a bunch of stuff around it. It's been funded by the British Academy and the Labour Golden Small Grant. So thank you, British Academy, for sponsoring me for being here. But it's also supported by the Digital Preservation Coalition, and I am very happy for it to be sponsored by the supported by the Digital Preservation Coalition because one of the outputs of this work is a guide, and actually having a place where this guide can go, which is more sustainable than say a website or something that I post, was really key to that. So it's really nice to have that support from them. So yeah, so the goals of the project are basically, there's 3 main goals. One of them is to gather information on floppy disk imaging in one place, like, so this is the guide. And very ambitiously put in gather all information on floppy disks, but I took that out because there's so much information about floppy disks. Another thing that I have tried is to interview experts that sit outside of our community, so within the retro computing community, to see if by interviewing them I could gather information that's not documented, say online or in manuals or that type of stuff. Because these people know so much about these disks. And the last goal is to do a bunch of experiments around cleaning floppy disks. So similar to AV, floppy disks do suffer from stuff like mold, which is always interesting because they're plastic. So I started collaborating with our conservation department at Cambridge University Library, who are basically experts in this field. So our conservation department mainly consists of book and paper conservators. So because we're a library, but because we have such a wide range of different materials in our collection, ranging from puppets to spirit trumpets, we basically have they have expertise that goes beyond the book and paper. So yeah, I collaborated with them on cleaning them. So yeah, just to highlight some stuff. Earlier this year, we did workshops with experts within the digital preservation community to ask them what they would want to have in this guide. I really like these pictures because everyone was holding up their favorite floppy disk, which is really sweet. That was really helpful in shaping the outline of the guide and seeing what should actually be included and what's actually useful for our community. So that was basically the start of that piece of work. Leading on from that, I've also done a bunch of interviews over the summer with experts outside of our field. This work is heavily inspired by Janneke van Dale's work on AV archivists. So she actually presented about that 2 years ago at No Time to Wait, and highlighted how information should be passed on from between generations, basically, how you do that type of knowledge transfer. I highly recommend reading this piece of work. And these 4 interviews were basically a pilot to see if knowledge was able to be gathered outside of that written documentation. And yes, they have many things to tell me, which was really nice. But yeah, I'm just very nice to be able to confirm that there is expertise that we should capture outside of our own community as well. The other thing that we started doing, which we've not completed yet, but has been a lot of fun, is cleaning floppy disks with our conservation department. So I've had 2 collections kindly donated to me, which contain moldy floppy disks. As you can imagine, a library is not too happy if you bring in moldy stuff. So they were in a quarantine room for a very long time. But we've taken them out and we started looking into them. Here on the left, you can see 2 of our conservation specialists holding up a UV light to it to determine that it's actually mold that's on it. On the right hand side, you can see the floppy disks on their microscope. The top 2 are clean floppy disks, the bottom 2 are moldy floppy disks. You can really see that spidery effect that you would see on mold. And it's quite interesting as well because mold on floppy disks looks like someone has spilled water on it. So yeah, it looks very different from what I would expect from a mold. Which is cool. So yeah, the other thing that we did last week was a workshop on floppy disks. We called it Festival of Floppies. And sounds handy for that name. And it was an opportunity to learn how to set up a floppy disk workstation. So we invited a whole bunch of people in the morning who either work with similar roles to me or who have the responsibility to do that within their institutions. So we set up floppy disk workstations, which was really fun. But I also made sure that I invited people from all different types of background, so a lot of the volunteers from the Centre for Computing History also joined us. And there was a public-facing part to this workshop where we opened it up to the public in the afternoon, and they were able to bring in their floppies. We called it the Copy at Floppy Cafe, and it was basically twofold. So it gave everyone real-life examples to copy, basically. So all the experts who had built, or all the participants who built the floppiest workstation in the morning could have a go at like what's actually like, what was floppy disk material look like. But it also raised awareness around floppy disk imaging and the history of the computer. It was a really wholesome event. So there were a lot of people who brought in like floppy disks with family pictures on them or their old dissertations. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. So yeah, in terms of outputs, I've got a little list with some links. So the interviews have been transcribed and are really available through the Apollo repository, which is basically Cambridge Research Repository. They're very fun to read because there's a lot of things about the digital preservation community that the retro computing community is just like, why don't you do that? And it's like, well, we want to keep it for the long term. So that was very fun. I've been blogging throughout the project, which you can find on Medium, and the floppy disk guide will be available through that link. It's currently open for comments, so if anyone wants to have a look and see if there's anything that doesn't make sense or that you don't agree on, please do. We had a really long comment thread about bit rates, which made me really happy, where people were just discussing what should be added and what shouldn't be added. So yeah, feel free to add anything. So yeah, I've got stickers and bookmarks as well, if anyone wants stickers and bookmarks. So yeah, that's it. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Are there any more workshops that, because I know my colleagues was interested in going, but we kind of missed everything with the preparations for no time to wait. If there's any workshops planned,
I would love to do more workshops. So the funding is coming to an end in January, but it's certainly something that I want to explore because there has been a lot of interest in it. So just for everyone that's kind of in this project was very much a pilot project to see if it was actually feasible and to see if there was actual engagement with it. And we certainly had that. So yeah, I'm also very, I'm really hoping that the library will also be happy to host more of the Copy at Floppy cafes because we've had a large interest in that as well. So yeah, hopefully, yeah.
In Zurich, every year there's a vintage computer festival. Maybe that's old news to you. I also don't know how unique it is within Europe, but there's loads of people showing their old systems running, and it's not focused on gaming also, but really on running old systems. So that might be a resource for any remaining pieces.
So I'm very fortunate to be based in Cambridge. So Cambridge hosts the Centre for Computing History. Cambridge has a very rich history in computing as well. So if anyone here is familiar with the BBC Micro that was designed by Acorn, which was a company that's the spin-off company of it is ARM, basically now. So big computing company. But the Centre for Computing History also host these types of events, and they're really interesting people. But I would love to visit other areas because there's a lot of geographical differences in floppy disks, which I could also talk about for a very long time. I'm not.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got multi teams. We have Justine, Rubino, and Leontine again, with locked diskettes in libraries at the Agro case study. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Ross. Hello. Is everyone hear me? Yes, so hi, Justine Formino. So I'm a book and paper conservator at Cambridge University Library, and you've already met my fantastic colleague, Leontine Taboo, technical analyst at Cambridge University Library. And well, thank you for having us. Thank you, Leontine, for suggesting that we put together, a drawing paper, and also for introducing me to you all amazing people. It's my first time, no time to wait, but you'll certainly see me more. Okay, so a little bit of background. So this talk is actually, yes, based on a self-destructive artist book, which was my case study for my PhD, which I completed at Cambridge last year. So as I said, I'm a book and paper conservator, and prior to my PhD, I was working at the Bodleian as a conservator, and the PhD was an AHRC Art and Humanities Research Council funded collaborative doctoral award between the Bodleian Library and Cambridge University to look at a self-destructive book, and we have Book of the Dead that was made by the very cult science fiction author William Gibson, the visual artist Denis Pajot, and the publisher Kevin Bego Jr. in 1992. And with my conservator's hat on, basically what I looked at during my doctoral research was actually what happens to these self-destructive books once it enters the library, and how do we preserve a book that self-destructs? And this led me with this case study to consider also bigger question of how do we mediate access to books in library according to library policies and collection care procedures. So the research was based looking at different copies of Agrippa. My main partner was the Bodleian Library. They have the archive of the publisher, Kevin Bego Jr. He donated the archive in 2011. And so they have two copies of Agrippa, a small edition and a deluxe edition. There are other Agrippa materials in 6 private collections, and I've interviewed some private collectors from my research, and also in 7 public institutions. Aside from the Bodleian, the V&A has a copy of Agrippa, New York Public Library, Yale University Art Gallery has a copy that used to belong to a private collector, Adam Shazanoff, and now it's part of their museum, their gallery. And the Center for Book Arts, New York, also has a copy, and the University of Western Michigan at Kalamazoo also has a copy. And there is also the Whitney Museum that has actually a promotional prospectus with the floppy disk that is actually sealed inside a work of art. So I don't know if it's tell me or not, actually. Out of all these public institutions and private collections, so there are 8 diskettes that I have identified. Some of them are part of the books, and some of them, like the one that we will be discussing today, are actually part of the archive of Kevin Bego Jr. At the library, at the Bodleian. So that was a little bit of background on Agrippa and my research. As I mentioned, I am a book conservator. So I was very much approaching Agrippa as a book, as an artist book, a work of literature that is hybrid, both analog, both digital, and that I should actually tell you how it does this before explaining you about the publishing process. So I mentioned William Gibson. So William Gibson is at the heart of Agrippa. It's called Agrippa, A Book of the Dead, because he wrote for this book a poem that is a sort of recollection of family memory and basically of loved one that he lost, including his dad. So this is A Book of the Dead, and as you read the poem of William Gibson, you learn about his family, you learn about his childhood, and how he basically became a writer. And it's based on him living through a photo album that he found in his family home. So that was the basis of Agrippa. And then it teamed with basically a visual artist in Israel. Most importantly, I should say, where is this poem? So this poem is actually located on a diskette. And it was, so I said Agrippa was made in 1992. So at the time where a lot of people were saying, oh, this is the end of print and book as we know it, and digital is going to take over everything. So let's make a poem that we will put on a diskette and that should be only able to read once. Because as you actually read the diskette, there is a program that overruns on top of the poem and that locks basically the poem of William Gibson inside the diskette. So for collectors, especially book collectors and the art world, there was this also question of this conundrum of whether you own the book or you actually read it. And it created a lot of difficulties from William Gibson's fans up to libraries who would not actually buy the book because they were afraid of a book that would set this track or that they could not share with everyone. So William Gibson wrote the digital poem. So then rare early electronic publication. That's how I identify it as a book person. And then he collaborated, because it's an artist book, with a visual artist Dennis Ashbo, who illustrated the poem with images that are basically, some of them you can see here, so they are prints, and they are aquatint etching, and they are representing what we call the autoradiogram, so our basically DNA barcode pattern. So if you extract DNA, that's what you will get. So they're representing that, and some of them, on top of them, have actually a second layer of print that is not fixed, and they are vintage advertising that are also echoing some of the theme evoked in William Gibson's poem. And because the ink is not fixed to the paper, as you leaf through the pages, basically you take some of the book with you and you leave your DNA in it. And similarly, the book continues to offset, the ink continues to offset on the next page even when the book is closed. So that's how it fades in analog as well. So in terms of the publishing process, the team with a rival publisher, Indeco Junior, to do that. And what happened is that, as I was saying, from a book conservation perspective, when I approach a book, I look at basically what are the similarities and the discrepancies in the way it is made. So I think about bibliography and analytical bibliography, the collection, the print of mark, how many times has the page been, the leaf being folded to form a gathering. And also I look at something that we call descriptive bibliography, which is can I identify similar patterns. So for example, in terms of census of books, one very famous example of doing that and looking at different copies and trying to identify same copies of a book is basically the Shakespeare First Folio, and how you would look like at the first edition of Shakespeare collected work and try to identify which copies belong to this edition. So that's what I try to do with Agrippa in terms of, okay, so I have all these books, or very few of them actually, that I was able to identify in the collection, and how do I consider them in the publishing process? Can I identify which copy came first in the print run, given that they all have numbers? Some of them are called, for example, the Deluxe Edition 35 out of 95, or one is called Archive 1, one is called Artist Proof. But I also interviewed the publisher, and he told me they are all the same books, and they are all the same edition. But as you can see, this is the final page of the book, where inside is inserted the diskette with the book, digital book, with William Gibson actually poems on it. However, the Center for Book Arts New York has no cavity for the diskette. The Baudelaire has a cavity but no diskette. And the V&A, well, they have everything. So that's for So that was really for me impossible to identify kind of the analog book, which one came first in the print run, because when I interviewed the publisher, Kevin Begos Jr., he also told me that what they did is that they basically numbered each copies, but then he would send them to William Gibson, who I also interviewed, and he would sign them, and then they would actually bind them. So there is no way of knowing if copy 35 or 95 was made before or after copy archive 1, which doesn't mean it was an archival copy, but just that it was meant to be donated to a cultural heritage institution, or before, basically artist-proof copy that is now at the DNA. So that was for the kind of more like book, analog part of the talk. But the same issue I encountered actually with the diskette. As you can see, this is a collection, so deluxe edition, so the same page I just showed you. And so there is one diskette, and it belongs to a private collector. So they shared this copy with me when I interviewed them. And there is also the one that is currently at the Yale University Art Gallery, and they have 2 diskettes. So rummaging through the archive of the publisher, I tried to actually find and understand why, for example, Alan Shedonov was given 2 diskettes rather than, no diskette from the Bodleian, but it was so far. However, you're going to tell me, how do I know what's on the book? What's basically part of William Gibson's poem, given that I just told you it's a self-destructive book, and coming from the library background, as you know, everything that is deemed too rare or fragile to be accessed by everyone is therefore actually not at all given access to anyone. So what happened is that in 1992, when they came up with the idea of Agrippa, there was a lot of advertising for it in all the major media in the US, National Public Radio, USA Today. Everybody was talking about Agrippa, about this book with a very prohibitive price, because the deluxe edition, for example, is $2,000, and how no one was daring to buy it in the cultural heritage sector, but also how, for example, William Gibson's fan base, the cyberpunks, were also disagreeing with the idea of having to actually buy a book and just having it self-destruct in front of their eyes. So what happened is that the publisher and the artist and the writer, they put together an event that they called the transmission. So on the 9th December 1992, they were like basically commentators who will show it at different venues, and this would be it, and you will pay a small fee, like $15–20, to actually have the poem being read to you, projected on the screen, and it was pre-recorded and read by Penn Gillette, the magician from the view of the Penn and Teller. And actually, at the time, students in film program at NYU that they had hired to project the very small, screen of the computer with the content of the book on it, to basically a screen of this size. They secretly recorded it, and the night of the hack, they retyped it, 3 of them, and basically they posted it on the bulletin board system, and that's how since it has been preserved by the internet. And you can actually see them explain all of that. I organized a symposium at the Bodleian during my PhD in 2023, and they came and the hackers, they unveiled their identity for the first time. Some of them are now happily married. So that's how I basically first read the poem by William Gibson via a hack. So right now, what you have is basically a book that is kind of dual by nature, like part analog, part digital, but also that has been divided by preservation through hacking, basically, because libraries and private collectors, they have the custodianship of what I would call the analog book, including the diskette. But the internet has the preservation of the digital content of Agrippa. And there are several ways that you can access Agrippa now, thanks to the amazing work of the Agrippa Files team led by Alan Liu at University of California, Santa Barbara. They put together a sort of digital archive, which is basically the counterpart of what you would find if you go to the Bodleian and look at the analog archive of Kevin Begos, and Kevin collaborated with them too, together also with Matt Kirschenbaum via with also digital humanist literature. You can also access on YouTube the transmission. That's what I just showed you, the video of the hack, which was donated by the hackers. Now there is the actual tape that was donated by Matt Kirschenbaum during the symposium to the Bodleian, but it's still as a tape. And you can also access actually the experiment that Matt Kirschenbaum and Alan Liu did in 2008. They collaborated with Alan Shazanoff when the diskette was still part of his archive and not yet at Yale University Art Gallery, and disk imaged it. And so you can read, you can access basically the poem and read it in emulation as if from a magnet from 1992. So, and then the last thing is also thanks to Quinn Dupont, with a computer scientist during his PhD in 2012, he organized a sort of basically cracking the Agrippa Code contest, and that's how we know that actually the book does not have this trapped in digital, but that actually it's locked inside the diskette. But from a conservation point of view and also a book person point of view, this is fantastic to have all these resources on the internet. However, if now you go to the Bodleian or the V&A, no one is going to give you access to the diskette, and they are going to orient you directly to YouTube. So we rely on YouTube to basically and the internet to read the poem. Meanwhile, there are the diskettes sitting as basically artifactual relics of the 90s inside the collection. And while I was rummaging through the archive of Kevin Begos, I found this diskette that is part of the archive. So as I said, the Bodleian has no disc as part of the finished published version of the book as a finished book, but they do have a diskette. So I think when I reached out to you, Leontine.
Yeah, so Justine got in touch with me in early 2024, and she was interested in having a look at this diskette that the Bodleian has. So the Bodleian very kindly gave us a copy of the disk image to have a look at. But this was really interesting to me, because normally when researchers get in touch with me about floppy disks or about other stuff, they're always really interested in the content. So they're really interested in what files are on there. Maybe they're interested in emulation, but that was not what Justine wanted to see, because Justine knew that there was a poem on this diskette. And she was really interested to know more about the publishing process of it. So interestingly, the tools that I normally use for analysis and making sure that we have a correct copy of the material were the tools that we actually use the analysis and analyze and have a look at this disk. So we went up in the digital preservation lab at Cambridge and had a look at the disk together. When the Bodleian gave us the disk image, they did say to us, it is corrupt. And first off, we got really excited because on the left-hand side, you can see so basically they gave two copies. They gave a logical image and they gave a flop stream of this diskette. On the left-hand side, you can see the logical image, and we got excited because we were like, everything's reading, looks great. But basically, a logical image basically overwrites all the bad parts with bad sector, so similar to what I was highlighting in my previous presentation. So it all looks good, but it's not good. But once we actually looked at the raw flop stream, you can see that sadly, it is corrupted. So that meant that we couldn't do as much as we wanted to do because we couldn't have really opened any of the files, or when we put it into an emulator, it didn't really run. Like all that was not possible. So we used a different set of tools to have a look at it. One of them being FTK Imager, which is a forensic piece of tool, and we were able to load the disk image into that, and we were able to see that, similar to the published diskette that's on the Aruba Files website, it was written for a Mac computer. So it's got the Mac filing system. It has the same amount of files on there, so it looks very, very similar from that point of view. Yeah, but then we did discover something really interesting. So this is the published version of the diskette, which for the files has a timestamp of 2340. However, when we looked at the archival copy, it had a later timestamp. No idea why, which you wouldn't expect, because we were expecting, or Christine was explaining to me that she was expecting the archival copy of the body, and especially being in the archive of the Aruba, that would be the one that would be kind of like the master copy. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. So yeah, really fun stuff to have found out. So what I found really interesting in working together with Justine was that it really showcased that there's different use cases for disk images. So again, like, I know a lot of us say this, but we don't really know what researchers are going to be doing or wanting to be doing with this stuff. And this really highlighted for me that it's something completely different than I had imagined that people wanted to do. On top of it, it was really cool to use forensic tools for research, which I would normally use for analysis and making sure that I made a correct copy. But there is something around us as the community not being very good at, and I myself am not very good at this, not documenting very well how disk images have been made. So the corruption of this Botlian diskette, it's a little bit unclear why that is exactly. Like, is that to do with the tools? Is that to do with the drive? Is it to do with the diskette itself? We are in conversation with Botlian about this. But yeah, it's certainly interesting and really made me reflect on what I actually document when I make a disk image. So yeah.
Yes, thank you. And basically, yes, what we learned from the collaboration was indeed that these two diskettes were produced with a very short time of each other, which now makes us actually want to go and explore, all the other libraries that all the diskettes. Maybe we should, do that as our next project and rely on everyone, maybe from the Digital Preservation Coalition to do that. Just putting it out. And so for me, what it pointed out is that really when it comes to thinking of the book and the idea of the book in digital, there was the same issue with Agrippa of first I wanted to know, can I understand which copy of the diskette came first in the run compared to, for example, which copy of the book came first. But also pretty much on the point of view of conservation, it really pointed out the importance of, if you think of the book in digital, preserving both hardware and software together. So I think that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
We have time for one question, and this break. So there's lots of opportunity to ask questions on break. But does anyone have one thing burning on their mind right now?
Thank you for the presentation. It was so awesome. Christine, I wonder if you had a chance to interview the artist while you were researching this, and if he could have anticipated that the diskette would deteriorate faster than the book.
Okay, so I didn't have a chance to interview Denis Ajbo. I reached out to him, but no, it's not so far. But he's a visual artist. I should have said actually for the diskette, they were very much book people, and it's true that William Gibson wrote the romance, but he wrote it on the typewriter. And so basically, they actually hired an anonymous programmer going by the pseudonym of Brush to actually come up put the diskette together. And when I interviewed Kevin, he said, well, now when I think of it, it would have been very easy for us to do, but the anonymous programmer took care of everything for the diskette. And in terms of what you were thinking of the materiality, no, this is not actually something that came up in the discussion. So thank you for the question.
Can we get another round of applause? Not lunch. Dinner, supper. Until 3:10. So if everyone can maybe get back here 2 or 3 minutes early, we've got a great session. Thank you.
Hey, don't forget to get the merch out.
I'm going to introduce someone who needs no introduction. Peter B is to talk about stable LTO regeneration.
Thank you very much. Please relax a little bit. Things are moving way too fast. So I'd like to start with where it's my name. That's it. So who am I? My name is Peter, based in Scheibel. I used to live in Vienna. I come from Austria. In some sense, when I talk with, sometimes you don't. Here's a short little piece of email conversation between me and Michael Niedermeyer. So everyone, 2010, April, one day after the birthday of my wife, who I haven't met yet. And so I found everyone in Europe, and I didn't know dates back then. And so I want to have multi-threading, could you do this when you have time, and so on and so forth. Thank you. I'd love to see if we could have promoted this with me. And that's, basically, who am I? Why do I talk to people why you're all here? Because one thing led to another, led to another, led to another. So yeah, thanks Michael, thanks Mario.
Thank you, Peter.
And Michael. Hey, everyone. That was the first content wait, and so I like doing this stuff when I was still working at Austin in the DIC. And then my colleague went to America. He's like, okay, there is someone else who also found this same thing. Now we're not alone anymore. And then I'm like, okay, Dave. We were writing love letters back and forth. And then we met each other. And so this is like the first contact way in 2016. And it became a big. So Jürgen Kuiper was like, it was really cool what you're doing. To have the community. And then from the performer project, we're like, okay, we'll have a really open format. So that led them to everyone and stuff like that.
Here. You're going to be doing. You will not be.
Why I mentioned this because it kind of makes sense at the end, and I'm really proud and happy about this. And I disappeared in 2014 because I burned out so heavily. It was no fun. Perform also had me recall my name because of possible fear of conflict of interest. Things were political. And actually, I may have belonged to someone, yeah, right? What about? Never change a winning team. For me, this still applies. Well, actually, it seems better to me. It's not old, it's actually still. So there's a hammer or something, like the design is really old. If you upgrade it, people go, like, so we get there. Who have you used as LTO? Okay. Who do you think LTO is for? Who do you, who do you needs LTO? It's like what else to, oh, okay. So then I'll ask you what you store stuff on your field on the shelf. Later. Who likes LTO migrations? Yeah. So recently, suggesting LTO as a backup solution for an archive and a data center. IT guys, they were like, oh, I don't know that's the rule. Like, LTO, well, that's because of so. Who of you would be happy to simply have an LTO generation? Like, for example, generation 8. So otherwise, you'd like to have that, me too. It's like, just give us one generation for as long as we're happy with it as users.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah. like really like 12 terabytes. Okay, just pile them up. We don't have to change it all the time and do like, because what is it? So, roadmap, the ultra roadmap. You are here, or there, or something. You are here. Well, let me get the migration. With the public roadmap, I feel to visualize the web for how to address the functionality because we don't need today. Quotes from the LTO page. So I know. And it actually says, this is the quote, protecting your investment. Same website. Most importantly, it will continue to pay off for 3 years. So the thing in these brackets, I inserted, it says what years to become, 3 years. And the other specifications in the past used to be backwards compatibility and so on and so forth. Engineer, not really good with the salespeople, usually. So, what am I? So, burning out, seeing the world, done my stuff, started to work in a massive factory. Seriously, awesome. You can drop stuff, there's stuff I don't fucking care, because that's me working in a massive factory. So, I get insights in physical production of actual things. So, it's a really cool company that produces weighing and measuring equipment for agriculture, worldwide shipping, small family-owned business, to like one production hall, one other hall, and I asked my boss at that time, the rest of the time I was self-employed, actually like with hardware and stuff, can we make stuff that actually doesn't have to change, update, and so on and so forth. So yeah, but we make business plans and ongoing income and so on and so forth. And what I learned is that change, like you produce something off like your conveyor belts, and every change is what costs. So if they produce like LTO8, and they would just continue producing whatever is needed, it's actually coming to a point where it's cheaper to just continue. I assume from that work there, and what this is another reference to retro computing knowledge and like community-based, like keeping things alive without resources, without backing, with passion, knowledge, super duper engineers. That, by the way, is not a Game Boy. It looks like a Game Boy. It's an R36S, which I used to teach computing to kids. And here I just set it up. It comes with Linux, and here I'm going to set up like a computer Firefox and stuff. So those are my experiences, like with different things of keeping things alive. So if the old LTO says, well, it is open, I ask the questions. What actually makes LTO generations? Well, you know. If you do, please let me know. I haven't dared to ask yet because we'll get there. Already before. What are the costs for supporting a certain generation? For years to come. How do I feel? It makes me feel less shaped. What about everything else? Also, it's the firmware, or it's the head, or it's something. It cannot, like, I would like to know. But imagine, like, oh, so we're an LTO version 3000. Here's a head, or a firmware patch. If you, because the rest of the LTO is not compatible, that's the whole beauty of the thing. What if you get one of the retrofitting kits for 1,500 euros? It's a fraction of what will drive the cost. I would like to know the numbers. Because someone wants to make profit. And if what are the benefits? Why all the stuff? I don't know about you, but things freak me out. Like seriously. I really personally love optics that they do not want. Better use investment. Seriously. Great idea, but literally not just in money way amount of loss. Like, if we don't have to throw away all these things every 3 years, yeah, I've been seeing in cases here, hopefully, what I'm seeing. It's not just about the money, I actually count and measure update disruptions which would not be necessary in lifetime nerves. And remember the picture from yesterday? Like, burnout is a serious issue. Here, go home. Therefore, new customers. I know so many people, including myself, who be like, what? I get that circle. And I get back on my stuff. And it's actually after 15 to 20 years, it's like, I get that. And there's just so many else. Long-term sport learning products around there in my future. So they're like, no problem, or less problem, or it's possible. So companies, individuals, something, they basically have an offline, on-the-shelf, tape-based copy. It's like, yeah, obviously, but if you don't like that part, just let it go. How do we get to the moon? We didn't know in the 50s. We want to get to the moon. Yeah, but you want to get to the moon? Yeah, but you want to get to the moon? Yes. Okay, then we'll figure out how we get there. So who of you would like long-term LTO? Yay! So, be inspired by the work on one than all unfortunate. I put up a spreadsheet in the past that actually put the support of this in the result. Thank you. The team ability to forwarding to that project. Whoever is interested in professionally having support applications may look at any website. I put the spreadsheet up, gave it to Jürgen and Steven, and said, I have to run, I have to do the workshop in Paris, and when I came back after a week, I had like 80 institutions up there. The rest is history. And, well, I invite you to join us here too, if you like. That text, I changed it in the morning. Now it just reads, if you want to have long-term support generations from LTO, please put it in this here. And if history keeps repeating itself, well, let's please read about history, because there's no time like the present. The present is right now, and the word present, and keeping my present is actually what's the name of the German. So, LTO and H, there's my own handmade short URL, and that is also a piece of history. This is Kieran O'Leary. And yeah, that's made things greater again. And that's what we do. Everyone just got like, he's pointing at a tape, not figuring out it's not LTO. I don't have an LTO tape on that because of these things. So here's the long version, the short version. I like to entertain myself and others. It's all very professional, and those are identifiers. Here's the links. Thank you very much.
Questions? Are there any questions? One very quick question.
Yes.
I think until you reach this vision and until they understand, LTO will go to its physical limitation. They can think they have LTO generation 99, but on what I know from serious physics, on generation 10 or absolute maximum 11, already will be unreliable, so they will stop for somewhere on 10, and we'll try to find another general solution, another replacement.
You made my point. The thing is that I don't care where they go. I really want to stop the train, and I'd be very happy to freeze the train right at generation 8. So, anyone else having any questions or comments? Fantastic.
So you don't
have many manufacturers.
Sorry, one second. We got Kalen first.
Sorry, didn't see that.
Sorry, I'm still probably formulating this in my head, but be curious to get your thoughts on whether or not there are standard security or otherwise that might go against archivists or just preservation specialists trying to use older generations of storage infrastructure or other kinds of kits. In their work. Well, so one of the things I'm really interested in is like trustworthy digital repository standards, that what were mentioned a couple of times today. And there's a lot of requirements in there around data security and so forth, and whether or not, you know, initiatives like the ones you're proposing or being more green about how we use our equipment and, you know, especially older equipment that we need to use sometimes. You touched upon this with the Digital Preservation Lab and how those things might be able to work together. I'm just curious to get more thoughts that you may have on that.
Well, the security and update thing, I would like to refer to the people who Debian frequently ask questions, and then goes like, why do you deal with old versions? The things that were like almost all security holes in software are computer related. It actually is not necessary and must not change any features. It's basically like buffer overflows, loop handling, something like that. And in general, updates, so what the world has been led to is like, that's broken for good reasons. I run servers with automated updates on Linux open source systems, but they never change the behavior, because that's the no-go if you do security patches. For LTO security considerations, like keeping an old version, would be like, oh, I'm pretty sure a trusted digital repository will get a seal of approval with generation 8 right now. If it had that, they have considered things probably beyond 3 years. Otherwise, why set up a trusted long-term repository if they were only going for 3 years? So I do not see an issue there. If I overlook anything, it's bigger on my table, because I'm actually also really good at to can understand security issues.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry to get the last question, but you know how to access Peter, or talk to him. Thank you, and Peter.
Thank you.
Question from the BBC, and we're about to find out how many file formats there are in the digital world.
In total. Yeah. So, I mean, very clear, a bit of I like it. And then I'm going to present some, I've been kindly funded for 2 years by the BBC and by Yale with this library to fund stuff, format information sources and other things. I'm going to tell you about a bit of that. So, I think of, you know, digital preservation is what we do, we talk about access in the future. There's kind of, I think of it now as basically two layers, just storage and use. Now I think of it's three layers. You've got to store the stuff, right? So that's all that good stuff we've seen lots of. Fixity and storage, H and all that lovely bit stuff. And then there's going to be able to find stuff, and so that's all the method we need to find things. But then we need to make it usable, and that's the layer I'm talking about. So I'm talking about the digital format now. This community has done a huge amount of work on standards, right? And on a good day, that's where you are with digital files. Extremes, you've got a standard to go to. You don't have to worry about software. But in general, format is just the link between the bit streams and the software. And you need to know this. You can't get, well, you know this from the AV world, right? If you need to know what content is, so you know you've got, so then you can work out the codec stuff, then you know you've got to play back stuff. That's generally true. There's lots of gaps in mobile files and missing context in our floppy files because we've got bits in, but we don't understand it well enough to peel it apart and understand what it depends on so that we can preserve something worthwhile. We can't, we can't appraise this stuff properly because we can't open it, right? So, that's why I like studying this layer. And the question I wanted to look at in this piece of research was just how many are there, right? So, how many digital formats are there? Now, I want to, these are the format information sources I looked at during this piece of research. I just want to highlight a couple of them. I think already pronouns come up a bit. There's been mentioned secret in previous talks. So, the main engine secret uses to identify formats is pronoun from the UK National Archives. But also want to particularly mention live progress, format descriptions. We've just solved the problem of file format description, the markup team just got, and Wikidata, obviously all of the main formats in Wikipedia, and then those tools. So these are all the different information sources that I've looked at because they're ones I know people in the digital preservation community use. But my first problem was they all work at slightly different levels of granularity, whether it's format, version, or file, or anything. So I had to find some kind of lowest common denominator between these sources together. And for that, I went for the good old file format extension. Right, it's the longest lived way of indicating the file format. It's not always trustworthy, but when it comes from a format information source, it's a reasonable measure of the kind of number of formats and a range of formats in that source. And if you want to know more about that source, you can follow it. So, how many file extensions are there across these different sources? So, not surprisingly, Wikidata is a big one over there with 7,600 file extensions. Pronoun, what I didn't want to say, in case you don't know, it is kind of considered within the digital preservation community, it's kind of a preservation grade file format registry. It gets baked into a lot of workflows and tools. Because of that, it's considered the information source. The repository systems have pretty much built in. And so that's in the middle of 1,600, and then there's the Library of Congress one with just 487. How it's worth pointing out, both Pronoun and the Library of Congress have been running for about 20 years. Pronoun just does format identification. It's basically matching bit streams to names. The depth of detail on the Library of Congress descriptions is awesome, and they're really good. So they're covering the fewer formats to a huge amount of detail in a single time. However, I came to this and was like, well, presumably most of the program is in Wikidata, like the extensions in program in Wikidata. And surely all of the Library of Congress is in Wikidata. So that was the question. I was like, what's the overlap? How unique are these extensions? And just looking at those three, because that's what you do with the Venn diagram, I was already found this quite interesting in that, yeah, Wikidata is massive, and but the overlap is not that big, and there's a significant fraction of Library of Congress programs which are not in Wikidata and not in each other either. So I tried to find a different way of analysing this, which is this idea of overall uniqueness. So along the bottom now, that's the number of file extensions in the registry. So that's the same as the height in bar graph previously. Right? But now the vertical shows the percentage of records in that source which are unique to only that source, right? Which aren't in any of the others. So as you'd expect, you've got Wikidata, I think it's got twice as many records as everything else, and about 50% of its file extensions are unique and don't appear in any of the source. And you've got this crazy thing up there, Linguist, which is awesome. And that's got only 1,400 extensions, but over 40% of the extensions in Linguist are not in any of the sources, and wouldn't be found unless you include them. And most of them, just simply they're all got unique extensions, a decent fraction. But I think it's also worth pointing out, like the position of Pronoun and the Library of Congress data kind of reflects the great work those teams have done, and they do focus on the most common formats, but even then there's still uniqueness in every set. This doesn't really get me yet to the idea of how many there are overall. So then I was floundering around, and I thought I invented, but it turns out I perhaps remembered this piece of analysis of the unseen species. So this is the idea taken from ecology. Imagine you kind of want to know how many species are in habitat. You go out, you can have an area. You get a quadrant. It's a school we can do with quadrants. Anyway, you go in and you count how many species there are in an area. You go mark out another area, and then you count how many new species there are. Go to a new area, you count how many new species, and every so often you get a few more new species as you go. And I realised I could treat each of these format registry sources as a sample of the global population, the format extensions, the catalogable extensions in the world. So that's the analysis I did. And then I either, well, I was thinking that James Baker from Southampton Point kind of got me to this similar treatment, which is used to look at the books that have been replicated in the past. So that's, so that's what this analysis starts to show. So now, along the bottom, we've got the total number of file extensions from each of these data sources. So you add Wikidata 7,000, and you get 7,500. Then you add the next source tree, you get a few more, next source, file formats, wiki, and so on. And that gives you this initial kind of curve. And you can see there's about 20,000 file extension records across all these sources, but 10,000 unique formats. Well, unique file extensions. Then you can use the same model that's using ecology to cast that out forward. So it looks like there's about 12,000 catalogable file extensions that we might have to worry about out there in the world. And I'm going to remind you, Pronoun in 20 years has got 1,600. We've got a radio. Now, but the initial analysis, since then, I've been adding some more data formats, small information format sources. And so far, the projection seems to be holding. And every single format source I've looked at has always had new unique extensions. One of the ones I did, because I was coming here, was looking at media info. Now, someone will be able to correct me if I misinterpreted this page of the website, but that appears to show file formats and their file extensions. Right? This is just 46 file extensions, but I'm adding on top of 10,000 file extensions and 2 unique that have not been seen before with data. It's always every time. To be fair, the formats were known, but sometimes all you have to go on is the extension. And so it's important to know if in some context those extensions are used for those formats or not. I'm sure someone will fix it correctly. So, and then we start to look at people's collections. And that's where it gets really good. Now, anyone who's worked probably around still knows you can't trust the extensions you get in the wild because users do weird stuff, but it's still very interesting. A number of institutions, and I'll list them very gladly, a number of institutions have given me file extension profiles from their collection. So just a CSV file with all the file extensions, how many each file are, and then you can put that through the tool that's there, and it will compare it with the tools, or you can compare it to other people's collections. And every single one exception, and they use pronoun to gate what goes into their repository. Everybody else, there's always unique file extensions, which are genuine formats, seen thousands of files, which aren't in any of those credible data sources. Right? So everyone's got unique local stuff. And what I really want to get across is not only this problem is really wide, right, and tens of thousands of extensions, but your priority is always local because people are dealing with what's on the desk in front of them right now before the donor dies. Right? There's always the root because we're losing the context. So, back in Margaret sort of described kind of the digital preservation problem as this ticking time bomb. That was our concern. We get all this stuff into our archive, but the problem is it was going to go obsolete and we have to panic and that would happen. And that's not really shown up yet. I'm not saying it's not going to show up. It's not shown up yet. For me, the problem we're facing right now is much more like a kind of born digital wave, this kind of influx of stuff coming, particularly from donors. I know people in Sweden who deal with this, they've got donors giving them decades of material from the birth of computed floppy disks to cloud files and going, that's yours now. You're welcome. And it's a real challenge. And like I said, in the past, what I think we've done well, this is the big book of file formats from 1995. Right? And it's covers 125 files. It's about 6 centimeters thick, weighs about 2 kilograms. Right? And in the past, what I think we've tried to do as a community is we've tried to say, if only this book exists for everything, if only we had this book for all the formats, then we have all that representation information, right? That's what the term for this stuff. And a book for 12,000 formats would be 2 stories high, we're like £500. That's a big thing. Well, we don't need a book 2 stories high. We need the people who could write that book working on our stuff while the donors are still around. And so, I mean, that's kind of why I'm here, and that was really around conference. And I thought the name was simply a reflection that the magnetic medium is aging rapidly, we need to move. But on finding out where the name came from, I realised it's kind of the same problem. We can't sit around and wait for any centralised service to solve the problem. We're going to wait for the program to get to the formats on our desks. We're going to run out of time. And it's not their fault, it's not fault, it's a wide problem with local priorities. And if we're going to solve it, we need to find different ways of solving it, build a capability, rather than waiting for someone else to fix it for us. No vendor, no product, no centralised system can solve it at the time. So if we want digital archives, we can't from this kind of thing, then say yes, again, there's no time to wait. Thank you.
Anyone else's heart just jump to being on insulin? Questions? I think we've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My question is, why are we talking about extensions when it's, I assume we're actually interested in file formats?
Yeah, it's because it's just a proxy. It's the only way I could pull together and compare the information across different sources. So all of these sources are catalogued, indexes of genuine file extensions. The number of formats is probably slightly lower than the number of file extensions overall.
I would expect it to be a magnitude smaller.
No. Okay, no, okay, I don't have that data. But yeah.
Let's rephrase my question. I can, out of my head, I remember 4 things that are called MPG, and they are very different. And a software that can read one of them cannot necessarily read another one of them. I mean, okay, FFmpeg can, but it's through very different code paths.
Yeah.
Very different. They typically do not share a lot of code. So looking at the extensions, in my opinion, simply.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I understand. No. I'm saying this is the lower bound on the number of formats. It's an approximate lower bound on the number of formats in existence. Anyone who deals with research data knows that .dat is not one format, right? Sorry, my apologies. In my sorry. Maybe, yes. Yeah, no, you're right. Maybe I meant to say. But using extensions as a proxy, it's effectively forming a probable lower bound and approximate lower bound on the number of formats, I think. Because different formats share the same extension.
So in multimedia, typically one.
Sorry. We need to wrap up.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. That was really good. Good question. And we go and the now we've got load of shares, and let me just look at the title with open source, sharing open source development.
Yeah. Oh, this is actually good.
Can we get a round of applause for that?
So last one, it's not going to last a long time. It's not very serious, so don't need all the way behind. Calm down. Let's continue with work. So this is sharing open source development featuring Mr. Jérôme Martinez. Bonjour, aujourd'hui. So after No Time to Wait last year, we still went back home and we have this open source application. And at MEMO, Flemish Institute for the Archives in Belgium, we have a lot of experience with open source. This culturalized project, for example, is a collaboration between MEMO and Linux Belgium, and it's a self-hosted way to resolve persistent URLs, links. And other organizations use this project for the persistent identification of their digital cultural heritage publications and digital objects like images, persons, buildings, as long as it's online. Actually, we have a lot of open source projects at MEMO, and I don't think we really say that a lot, but these are one of the 8 pages of open source projects at MEMO that a lot of people who are way smarter than me put together. So, I mean, but back to the culturalized thing project, we needed persistent links for our knowledge base, which is called Project Set. As you can see, it's a place with a lot of publications, manuals, how to archive social media, how to archive websites, guidelines on how to clear rights for works, completion instructions for collection management systems, workflows for capturing obsolete media. The website is called projectset.be. And we are in the process of looking for a way to get persistent links, persistent URIs, or queries for all pages on our knowledge base, because persistent URIs are an important part of preserving knowledge, also preserving digital cultural heritage. In our case, it was a bit complicated than just spitting out persistent links on the Project Set website, because we had a new version of our knowledge base, namely kennisbank with MEMO.be, and it's like a new front end that visitors can go to and read comfortably all the manuals that are on our knowledge base. But what we needed was a way for the purists for the persistent links to be generated on project set and to end up activated underneath the guidance and all the manuals on this website. So I contacted the hoster and maintainer of project set.be. They're called professionalwiki.wiki. We had a productive call. They're Germans. And I made an effort in writing colorful emails and trying to, I hope they laugh behind their computers when I send ridiculous emails. Something's wrong, Kirsten, please help me. So I asked, we need a way to generate persistent links on project set. And we got a quote from them, and we appreciated the work. They said, literally they said, you can expect top-level development, which is the quote. And I don't want to, I'm not sponsored by them, but just want to say Karsten and Jeroen are like two German media wiki maintenance and developer power rangers that formed this Megazord. And I couldn't find a light stream image of Megazord. So you're gonna have to imagine it, it's like the robot that all the Power Rangers go into. I grew up during the Power Rangers time. Anyway, our budget was a bit tight, and I remember like this workshop earlier this month in No Time to Wait, September 12th. And if you go back to the documents now, it still says on the plan to be determined. There was not really a title. And I remember it was about sharing open source development, but it turned out to be a very therapeutic session because Jerome is very, very nice, and people start talking to them, and he has a very comfortable demeanor, very trustworthy. Anyway, so with that workshop in mind from the last year of No Time to Wait, I came up with this is like a recap of the configuration we need. The persistent URIs get generated on project set. They get sent to the bi-daily sync to the Kennisbank, and it takes the puries. So they extract Puri per page and send it to the code rights application to resolve, so to the same page, so that it becomes, we have the persistent URIs in the left field, and they resolve as the target URL to the Kennisbank URL. So that's how persistent links work. I'm going to stop trying to say URI, because it's anyway, but if I go back, I can snip out the first part, and this part, the persistent URL creation for the media pages, was something that is useful for more people in the cultural heritage sector than just we. We are all trying to generate PIDs and PURIs, everything from images to videos to persons and buildings. In our case, it was knowledge. And suddenly, I heard this distant voice in my head, reaching out to me. And I first thought it was Master Google. But it was true. Method. How did you get my inside voice number? Brother, remember what I told you. Use the power of open source. No, they can invoice different parties. Anything. I asked you from professional wiki, and it's true. Yes, you can share the total cost and potential of financiers. It's true. It's amazing. For me, it was like a small project that I just wanted to divide a little bit of the cost to save some of my budget. It's not like a big epic project that makes these big tenders. I was like, okay, let's do this on like a smaller scale to save some money for my organization. Jeroen always, I put the emoji there, it's not him. he would never. That's life. If there's an additional budget, we could implement additional capabilities or relax. So the search began. Find other people that also use MediaWiki, because everybody knows what a MediaWiki is. It's Wiki comments, it's Wikidata, it uses Wikipedia, it's like the sort of thing that everything runs on. And I needed to find other parties that are also interested in persistent URI extension and were interested and had the same requirements to share the costs. No time to wait, right again. Ross, Mr. Spencer. Digital Preservationist People was also a presentation on No Time to Wait last year. It was a very nice presentation and it was made by Andrea K. I'm sorry, I don't know her last name, I couldn't find it. And Ross. And it was my first go-to. I think you remember my messages. It was one of the first messages. I made like a Discord account for work called Working Loaded. I already had a Discord account, I was not going to use it. So I made a more professional account I could make. And I asked, hi, does anybody know some other organizations or people that use MediaWiki that are interested in UUID generation for all the pages and are possibly interested, sharing the cost and stuff like that? Look at this guy, Ross Spencer. You are too good. You are too good for this. You are too good for this world. Shout to Rosanna and Braga, who also wasn't No Time to Wait last year, but definitely the year before that. So I took it on the list. I made some presentations. I emailed them out, and this is my colleague Magnus. I also asked in the internal Slack, hi, is there anybody you know that has MediaWikis that also is interested in UUID and PUD generation per page, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I blurred that out. That's good. It'll come back. That's some foreshadowing. Look, somebody responded. Theater Encyclopedia.nl is also MediaWiki. And after all my mailing around and presentations and crashing parties, and hi, do you want to co-finance or something? I just met the Theater Encyclopedia, al meer dan 10 jaar aan het gebruiken van free open source software van MediaWiki. You get the idea. They already use MediaWiki for more than 20 years, free open source software. This guy was my match. You can already see from the email. And Mr. Milko Feinberg decided we go on this journey together. This is, there were also, that encyclopedia, you can see here, it might not look like MediaWiki, but it is a MediaWiki, and more particular, it's a semantic MediaWiki, and they're part of the bigger organization called Polycus.net. So they had some questions to do. Yes. They told the contact person who is responsible for the encyclopedia website that we wanted the code to be made available on the GPL 2.0. We wanted the code to be available on GitHub. We wanted the extension because it was an extension. MediaWiki has extensions. We asked Professional Wiki to make an extension. I might have skipped over that one a couple slides ago, but the goal was to make an extension on the MediaWiki website. And it needed to be available for all MediaWiki users. It needed to be available on GitHub. Their requirements matched ours. It was all fun. Look. This is the result. This is what I think of you. Looks at me. Bon, we had this persistent page identifiers extension. It was amazing. We ended up sharing the cost 50-50, and it turned out fine. We saved both. We both saved money. There is a GitHub. There is an official extension page. We just asked, can you put our names at the bottom and who, funded the initial development of the extension. We got top level development from them. I want to say again, these guys, they know what they're doing. So, yeah, if you make them laugh, let me know. That's right. This is what it looks like now on our successful website. You can see I collect the links to the query and put them on my page. They get generated in the background. And what they basically do is they use a UID generator or a minter to just generate UUIDs, and we ask to put id.kbde.be in front of every of them, and then that is the link that goes to the cultize that gets resolved, so the whole system knows it's a working link. Extra. Jerome again. The other has to be it's like an extra. It's an extra, it's like a little dessert at the end, because it's also it's part of sharing open source development. Means that different parties can have different requirements, but we can both, share in like the advantages of each other, because they wanted to re-resolve our links within a different application. They wanted to add a resolver inside the code of the extension, so they can handle the resolvement of the links themselves, and totally fine. They asked us, we want to pay together with this? We were like, not really. Our budget is kind of finished, done, and we already have a solution for this problem. So they just added it themselves, and now it's in the extra, it's in the code. There is an update of the extension, and they added it themselves. But the good thing is, it's not only added for them, it's added for us. If we ever decide to have an upgrade key, we already have this extension. And there's other people that have a media wiki that want to use queries and whatever, and they have this resolvement option as well. So there's some lessons that Jerome didn't tell me about. Right? It's not really done to like I made this presentation and I went on I pressed the party of the Wikibase stakeholder group and I was like, hey, do you want to work with me? Here's the cost breakdown of the our whole requirements and all the blurred parts and prices, and I didn't know I wasn't supposed to share that, and Jeroen told me because he was in that meeting. He told me after. He told me that to okay, Jeroen, it's okay. Again, thank you, Jerome. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, sponsor. Professional Wiki, Jeroen, Kasten, Alessandro Luciano. Dave writes for Not Time to Wait, because this is what the Not Time to Wait effect can be.
Amazing. I'm speechless. No time for questions. We got time for questions. David tells me we have time for questions. Yeah. Anyone? Another round of applause for the to shut down. No time to wait 9.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. This was perfect ending. Thank you so much, Lucas, and all the speakers of this afternoon. It's hard to get the Friday afternoon slot. We really do our best to keep it dynamic. Yeah. So before I start to thank yous, there's a couple of announcements. I think Jonas, you wanted to make an announcement, and then Jen, I believe, and Sarah. So Jonas.
Also good.
Well, it's not.
Yeah. Now I can download it. Well, no, I updated. Got it down.
This will be only a short memo, which will also include Jerome. So, in fact, you all know Robot now. So the thing is that you will probably know that Roku doesn't support DBX files with from the scanners with a wire pattern, so-called RGGB format, and I've spoke with Jerome and we arranged that it could be possible to implement it for around 10,000 euros. The thing is that I've come up with a proposal to ask the ACE Committee, Association of European Cinematheques, which will in fact vote on the proposal on the November 5th. So if you're from one of the member, not states, member institutions, please write your stakeholders or directly to AC President, Michal Bekan, here's the email. If you're not, if you don't have the scanner or you are not of the member institution, write to them anyway. Or write to me and I will also. So please consider this, this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Ambitious people in action. Jen?
You just
disability.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jennifer Vaughn. I've been the editor of the YASA Journal for 5 years now. We use open source software to power our journal management system. But just wanted to mention this journal as a possibility for members of the No Time to Wait community. A lot of the presentations I heard over the last few days have been extremely interesting, well crafted, and I think could be easily translated into either a scholarly article or something more informal. So the journal accepts original research, but also we publish things like book reports, or book reviews, I should say, not book reports. Book reviews, reflections, like personal essays with more opinion than research basis. And I am actively trying to recruit submissions right now, so this is good timing. One thing I wanted to mention, one of some of the core principles of the editorial team for the journal is that we try to encourage newly entered professionals into the field of audiovisual archives, audiovisual preservation writ large. So we're trying to make it a little bit more friendly and understandable for people who haven't perhaps published in a scholarly publication before. So we try to make this a largely pleasant experience. I work also extensively with people who do not speak English as their native language, and this, just trying to lower the bar so that people who have something important to say get to say it in print, and it benefits the YASA community. It could benefit the No Time to Wait community as well, and of course, if you're professional wanting to get a promotion someday, this can also be put into your CV. So just also wanted to quickly mention that we're also doing a lot of translations of the YASA TC documents. So 2 years ago, we published all of them in Arabic. They're all available freely on the website. And we're also just entering a project now to translate all of the remaining TCs that haven't been translated into traditional Chinese. So that should be ready in 2026. I have nothing to say about TC07, unfortunately, but if you are interested in submitting something to the journal, please get in touch with me. If you Google, well, this isn't the journal website, this is from the YASA organizational webpage. Talk to me during the conference, or you can find my name and contact information in the list of participants for the No Time to Wait conference and also for the last several years.
So index it in Scopus and Web of Science.
No, I'm working on that right now. Currently, we're not included in any aggregation sites, but I'm applying for Scopus and a few others. So in the future, hopefully. Any other questions? Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you, Jen. I think we got I cannot believe this is happening. Sarah, you're making my dreams come true.
No, it's an honor. Hi. I was asked to give a book report on Ulysses. My dream is my nightmare for being true right now, so thank you. I'll just say, when I heard that this was happening in Dublin and I would get to go to the National Library and that Kieran O'Leary and everyone who works here would so graciously host us, I felt like I had to read Ulysses because I was a literature major in my undergrad and I had not done it and I was shamed. And so I was like, I am not going to be able to do this unless I get some colleagues together. And luckily, Erwin and Nina Rao agreed to come along for the journey. So over the past many months, we've been sending each other funny rights and lines that we liked, and it's been really fun. I intend to make this kind of a tradition. So if anyone's interested in reading something related to No Time to Wait, or if you want to join the general Mastodon instance that we all join for book club, essentially, bookworm with a Y, get in touch. It was really fun. Worth reading, still scandalous, and really hard to get through at times. That's my short review.
Thank you so much. Okay, now, general thank you. Okay, general thank you. Let's start. Thank you to all the speakers and everyone who helped or gave a workshop. Thank you so much to all of you for donating your time and your knowledge. Thank you to all the volunteers. I can't name them all. They're here in the booklet. But I wanted to single out, as always, Gina for the program design. She's been doing it for. Thank you, Gina. Thank you to our sponsors. Without we could not do any of this. So thank you so much. So if you have also these other sponsors, reach out to them, have them talk to us. Thank you to you guys. Thank you to the live stream. I hope everybody's had a really productive and good and fun 3 days in total. And then again, I'd like to thank my teammates, Valeria who's at home. Hi, V, Jerome, Dave. Thank you so much. What's next on our end is we'll send you a survey. So please do the survey. We read the survey at the end, the answers, and we try and kind of take in all your feedback as always. So that will come out at some point after this. Also, as I said before this morning, we are trying to collect memories for No Time to Wait 10. So keep out for those kind of announcements as well regarding photos and whatnot. And then for tonight, because it's Friday night, I'm going to point again to the FYI documents. There's a lot of work and effort that went into it, so if you don't know what to do tonight in Dublin, there's plenty of information in there. And so I wanted to end the thank yous. I'm going to circle back to the thank yous for thanking the National Library of Ireland, to the entire team, to everybody here. Thank you so much. Leona, Maria, Sarah. And all of the support staff that made it possible for them to be here and host us. Thank you so much. So you'll pass that message on, I think, from all of us. This has been wonderful. I don't know. Do you want to say some words? And I am looking at that direction.
Thanks, Alessandra. I don't have anything prepared apart from a bunch of names, so I'm just going to start rattling off a few thank yous. Obviously, to Dave, Alessandra, Valeria, and Jerome, it's been absolutely wonderful working with you over the last year, and it was just such an honour to host No Time to Wait in Ireland, especially in the National Library. A special shout out as well to Valeria. There's a few people here where their work has been a bit more unseen. If you saw either myself or Leona running around with a camera, it's because we were sending photographs to Valeria to post on social media. The same way, like our comms team was also doing that, and they, at times when we were getting a little bit burnt out with our energy of worrying about, oh, if Richard Hayes a big enough room for the catering and stuff like that, it was actually fine. It was great to have like our comms team, Cueva, Leah, Liz, and Emma. Emma was the person who made that gift. Their like enthusiasm for the conference kind of fired us up again. Really want to thank Walter. Walter, I think every year might sign up for like one live streaming segment and ends up staying for the entire thing. And we all feel more comfortable when Walter's around because he's just amazing. I'm not sure if you noticed at one stage, the sound died. It's actually still kind of dead. And Walter was just holding a microphone in his hand. And if anyone's familiar with the Seamus Heaney poem, St. Kevin the Blackbird, it was basically like that. So special shout out to Walter there. And go read Walter's blog on his website, walterebert.com, for open source live streaming technology and setup and that kind of thing. We also want to thank the IT team here in the Live. A special shout out to John Hogan, who was here for pretty much the entire time, helping with the Wi-Fi and everything like that, and also the live stream. But I think it was really because he was actually interested in the content of the conference, which was great. We want to thank all the digital collections people. There was so much volunteering, and you probably would have seen them all on the stairs and around catering and that kind of thing. And there was lots of people here, like there's Della, Joanna, and let me see, the steering committee members and volunteers. It was Maria's idea that like we can't do this alone. We need to get the entire institution involved, and I think without that it kind of wouldn't have worked. And almost finished. So want to thank kind of the more senior top people in the library, namely Ono Caragon up there, the head of digital collections, and Dr. Audrey Whitty, who kicked us off on Thursday morning. I think with a large institution like this, you would think there'd be a lot of humming and hawing about putting on a conference like this, which the Live's never done before, and I'd say the leadership team and Audrey agreed to it within a couple of hours in an email chain. They were aware of No Time to Wait, its reputation, and we knew that it ultimately benefited us in the grand scheme of things. So it was kind of a selfish thing, maybe. But anyway, so Owen, thanks also to Owen. He was in loads of meetings and on his phone with the government trying to get the Wi-Fi fixed. And I think we might have gotten it in the end. So thanks there. We want to thank the Irish Film Institute and all the folks who are here today. They put on fantastic tours from what I heard, and they had great contributions. And I think everyone's it's just, it's kind of a full circle thing for the IFI to be here as well, so that's lovely. We also want to thank our buildings and estates people. Special shout out to Danny and Michael. If there was water and the place was clean, it's because of them. And our education, learning and programming team. Let me see, Bronnie McLaughlin gave that amazing tour in the beautiful reading room last night. And I'm going to finish up. I probably missed someone like really important, but Leona Fern and Maria Ryan. So you might have kind of seen Leona and myself quite a bit, but like personally for myself, I put the least amount of work probably into organising this thing, and I think Maria and Leona put in the lion's share, and Maria didn't really get to be in the room a lot because the catering needed to be put out, and there was a whole bunch of things that need to happen outside. So I want to have an extra special round of applause for Maria Ryan, our web archivist. All right, adios.
On yourself here.
Yes.
And I'm just going to say a few things. This was like the ninth No Time to Wait, and since we're in a base 10 world, next year is a bit significant. I don't know, maybe we'll have another good year for base 16 fans in 7 years from now, but I don't know, so I've been just having a lot of questions about like what should we do, but I've just been moved by several presentations, like it was quite clear in the last one about how we really are able to sort of build on each other's work, and by working in open spaces, we can build and share things that others can build upon too. So we're all just kind of contributing to this avalanche of open source contributions to the field. So we'd just love for you to sort of continue thinking about like what we should do, what we should contribute, and how we should organize the conference next year. And then I'll let Alessandra introduce the host for it.
Yes, so this is my favorite part because, you know, the minute the person stands up, most people will know where we're going next year, but I'd like to introduce them nonetheless. So I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Elżbieta Wojciechowska, Deputy Director of the National Film Archive Audiovisual Institute of Poland. She is a conservative conservatory training, drawn to moving image, especially from the early experimental forms. Over the years, she's built an impressive career at FINA and at the Deutsche Kinemathek, where she's led team departments. And her work has spanned research, cataloging, digitization, restoration, and preservation of digital collections. She has directed both national and international film restoration projects, silent and sound alike, and played a key role in establishing metadata standards for cinematographic works. Indeed, she's involved in the FIAF Cataloging and Documentation Commission, focusing on IT systems for collection management and the documentation of archival processes. To me, she's a professional, well, to everybody, I believe, she's an extraordinary professional and expert with integrity, curiosity, generosity, and perseverance. Very important.
So generous.
Is a true inspiration, but it's true. It is a true pleasure and honor to introduce her today. And besides no time to wait, Ella's happy place is, of course, put it in on it.
Absolutely. So generous. I am no time to wait. Fun, and I was always dreaming that the community will be introduced to Poland because I must say I think. In Poland, the conference is not so well known. I'm together with my very best colleagues, Asia Kaliszewska and Łukasz Janik, who actually have the system already. Everybody is totally excited that next year, don't have to wait in Warszawa, finally, super exciting. And a few words about our location, like why come to Warszawa. I think it's good to go east, and I think it will be for everybody of you maybe interesting to also visit Warszawa, which is a private place, you know, Hibash, but also, you know, a lot of institutions which are very much after digital revolution. So we are kind of profiting from a lot of already finished projects of digitization and undergoing through visual preservation challenges, as all of you, but maybe a few words also about our institution. We are all in you because we are a result of merging the kind of traditional old school film archives from started from 1955, member of FIAF, we are member of ACE, so sure we will have our vote. And yeah, we are also Baltic Audiovisual Archive Council member, IFTA, so we would also like to inform all these communities about our conference to come. And yeah, we have some facilities which I hope will be good place for the conference. Well, those pictures were done when the place was very new, but we will find them, so no worries. And our big audiovisual hall can host around 150 people, so I think it will be fine. And we are hosting a lot of concerts, theater, performances. This is also cinema, so we are thinking how to make the 10th anniversary special, so we will discuss it. I'm curious of your of your opinion. What would you like to have as a special 10th anniversary edition? So I'm super grateful for your trust that we can make it together, and we are all whole team is really excited together with our directors. And yeah, see you in Warsaw. Thank you so much.
That's just a carrot.
Back to Kieran.
I've done the same. I've said it all.
And then we wrap it up.
Yeah, I think unless somebody has any final remarks. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting the community. Thanks again, and we'll see you in Warsaw.
Beautiful introduction.
Yeah.